My coffee quick. I'll be right back.
Very, very good morning to you all, and welcome to One World Sports Radio's coverage of this South Africa 12 Australia. We haven't been to Australia in over 11 years. Last time we were in Australia was in 2011. Last time we had a Boxing Day test in Australia was 2011. South Africa lost the first test, and now we're here in the second test. And because we are true South Africans, we slept through a little bit because it was Christmas yesterday. So Merry Christmas to you and your family from all of us here at One World Sports Radio. And we are up at lunch looking at the score, and the score is 58-4. I'll tell you that Australia won the toss and put South Africa into bat, and South Africa lost 4 wickets. First wicket to fall was Sardal Advi on 18 of 31 balls. It looked really nice until he went away. Then Tennis de Brain hooked one to Alex Carey for 12. And then Timber and Dean had a nice little partnership, but that didn't last too long, with Dean getting run out by Manus Labuskaghni at the non-striker's end. Anis is going to tell you all about it. And Timber Bavuma next ball getting caught, Alex Carey bowled Mitchell Stark. And so South Africa 58-4. At the crease is Kai Zondo and Carverina, both on naught, yet to score. The only problem is that South Africa have been batting very slowly. But let me introduce Anis. Hi, Anis. How are you doing?
I'm doing well, thank you. Yes, quickly, as Mitchell Stark is running in for the first ball after lunch and is clipped away to the leg side by Carverina. Yeah, had breakfast of champions, leftover Christmas lunch.
It's 4 o'clock, dude. Why are you having breakfast?
Leftover Christmas lunch, malva pudding, a cup of coffee.
Ooh.
I'm sorted.
Guys, Malva pudding is the Ballon d'Or winner of Christmas in 2022, especially that Woolies one. That thing was the star of Christmas.
Oh, that Star comes in again for the second ball, steaming in. Figures of 1 for 13 for 1 after 6.1 overs, as this one's defended again to the leg side.
Guys, even Cameron Green got a wicket. Scott Boland got a wicket. Cameron Green got a wicket. I'm like, oops.
But the Cameron Green wicket was the Tennis de Brain one, where it was pulling a ball off a good length, just out from outside off to leg, playing way across the line, getting the top edge and getting taken. That was frustrating because it's a shot he shouldn't have been playing. He should have left.
Yeah. But from a team perspective, as Tennis de Brain is in, Rassie van der Dussen is out, everything else in the 11 stays the same. So if you're wishing for 7 batters, sorry, you're getting 6-5.
Stark pushes this one a bit wider outside. Off Carverina is up to it, gets a good stride in on the front foot and drives well, but can't beat mid-off, and there is no run. Score remains 58-4.
Yeah, oof. Dean took a very sneaky run to extra cover, and Manus was like, I'll raise you one more. And yep, he's gone.
Now, you think of it, it's sort of like, okay, it's not really, but as Stark comes in again, this one is a bit straighter and tucks Verona up, and he manages to get to bat on it, defends, and it dribbles off into the offside.
So
could that be the same moment like when Temba ran out?
Temba didn't run anybody out here. The person who made the call was...
ran out David Warner in the last time they were in Oz, the last Boxing Day test. I mean,
but Timber's one was insane. But that wasn't a Boxing Day test. That was like in October sometime. But I get you. Yes. Could that be a moment like no, possibly? But I think for me, two things.
Stock outside off Verona, swishing at this one, should have left it. But it goes straight through to the keeper, no edge, and the score remained 58.
Oh, Web Africa. Jeez, getting sponsors today.
Oh, nice. I wonder if India's is sponsoring this test. That's why I don't see their logo.
Now I see Web Africa. I see Marriott, Protea Hotels, and INCC0.
Oh. And Stark comes in again. This one outside off it is driven well, beats the and finds the outside edge, but safely along the ground, beats Gully and runs away for 4.
That's Carverina's bread and butter. If it's way wide, especially because he doesn't move his feet, that for any other batter, that channel might be a little bit too wide. No.
Yeah.
Might be caught at Gully, but with him, he's willing to throw everything at that. So, so good shot there. So 62 for 4. Sadiq Somro says everybody's angry at Tennis de Brain now, but we all were calling for him, knowing he's taking more risks now in 4-day games. Yes and no. I think for me the issue is I understand he wants to take on the short ball, but I felt it was too early for him to take it on, especially where the team was at the time. We kind of needed someone to take us to lunch, and if we were at lunch at 58 for 1, we'd be a little bit more comfortable. And I felt his wicket opened up Pandora's box. Sarl got a good ball, Tennis did not.
Yeah, and Cummings comes in. This one looks like a slower ball, but it's at 136 k's an hour, and Kaya Zondo just defends to the leg side. But you just short of short leg, no trouble there. Score is 62 for 4. Cummings comes again past the umpire. This one outside, off on a good length and defended by Kaya Zondo. Solid in defense. He is looking.
One could also say so a lot of the commentators, while we were watching before we came on, we're talking about the fact that South Africa does not have a person that accelerates the momentum. It's survival between Dean, Sarl, Dennis, and Temba. Kyle's a little bit more survival. Kyle, by the virtue of him being new, is more of a survival batter. So there's no one who's going to take the impetus to Australia, and I think that's what Dean found himself in trouble with. That's what Tennis thought he could do. And to a certain extent, my thing was, guys, we need to bat 4 sessions. We need to bat 5 sessions. We're not going to be batting 5 sessions, making risky decisions. And I think Mark Nicholas did something really interesting in commentary. Just stop me when the ball comes. He was like...
Cummings comes in. This one outside off, driven very nicely from Kaya. They managed to run through for 3 to the offside through the covers. The score moves on to 64. Wait, did they not take any runs?
They did. The score is 65. They took a run.
65. Yeah.
Car moves to 3. And Mark Nicholas said it's such. He kind of mentioned that it was such a waste for the time he took. 26 of 68 balls for you to throw your wicket away like that. It's really disappointing for you to take a risk like that.
I think what's worse is he did all the hard work. He got himself in, and
he just threw it away.
And like you said, they just haven't converted as Cummings comes in again. This one is on off stump, well defended. Carverina on strike, and the score remains 65 for 4.
Sadiq says, "Can we go back to 7-4 split? Haven't seen a 7-4 split for a series for so long." Dean prefers a 6-5. He likes having an extra bowler, even though it's either a seamer or a spinner. They don't get an option to bowl. Remember at the Wanderers where I think Keshav didn't even bowl an over.
Yeah.
In that India win, and they asked him that, and he said he'll still pick Keshav. So, and I'm not saying Keshav should be dropped. I actually thought between Lungi and Anna, someone needed to be dropped. For an extra batter.
Cummings in now, outside off, left alone by Carverina, and there is no run. Yeah, I
And
think.
then Sadiq says he's trying to get through. Sorry, sir, but Sarl should have left it. He throws his hands outside off more often for an opener. Yeah, he does. He
Yeah.
does. He does fish outside off stump.
No, but everyone in this batting lineup's guilty of that. Everyone's. Do you think now that since we're having all these problems that Zubair Hamza is going to just walk back into the team?
Right now, he is.
He can bat 3.
West Indies series, Zubair is gonna be in the squad unless if he like has a stinker for Western Province. He's gonna have like 3 games.
Yeah.
So he needs to score like hundreds, 200s at least. But then Tony DeZors is gonna look at the selectors going,
guys,
am I missing something? Yeah.
Stark
The
now
thing,
outside off to Zondo and left, and there is no run straight to the keeper.
oh Lord, Tim. Oh no. Yes and no. I want Graham the player and Graham the captain, but yeah. No, it's fine. It's okay. It's okay. It's fine. It's fine. We've moved on from there. We've moved on.
Oh, this one from Mitchell Stark is outside off again to Kaya Zondo, but this time a bit closer. So Kaya Zondo goes on the cut and misses everything, and it bounces through to the keeper for no run.
He got an. Did he get an underage on that? No, he didn't. Ooh. Looked like it.
Yeah, bounced off of them. Unless you're England,
He likes
you
the
claim
cut,
that.
Kaya. Kaya likes the cut. It's going to be quite interesting to see how these two go along.
Oh, they're going to have to take shots out of their repertoire for, but...
So the thing with Sarl and Dean. Ooh, that's a nice one. Out to point. Outside half of the bat from Kaya. Stark bowling across him. The thing with Sarl and Dean is that they have given us in their short international career, I think it's like 300 run partnership and like 450 run partnerships, which is the foundation we were looking to get, right? Today they gave us 29. Not going to bemoan them for the 29. Yes, Sarl may have been guilty somehow, but they instead of us being 0 for 2 or 29 for 1, right? And to a certain extent, that's the price you pay as an opener, especially against a bowling attack like this, right? But
Stark in drops this one short, and Kazunda dropped his hands, and it goes through to the keeper. Looking at the green top that was at the Gabba.
Yeah, just want to send us back. But thinking about that, and I'm like, okay, that's the one part of our batting lineup that we're comfortable with, right? That opening partnership, and then after that, everyone else just hope that someone has a moment, right?
Yes.
And you can't live like that, right? You need guys to be consistent and give you consistent runs. And I think for me, I wouldn't want to play around with that Sarl and Dean thing now. What I want to figure out is from 3 to 7, who the best players are.
Yeah. But that's why the brain came as a shock. As Starkin again defended by Kazunda to the next side. No run, 65 for 4. That's why I was shocked to see the brain.
There's 2 reasons for that. I think obviously with Keegan Peterson injured, you want to give someone a chance, but you want to give someone young a chance because you want someone who's played international cricket before and Tierna's Fitzgerald. And you also don't want to bring Aiden back because what message does that send to Aiden?
Stark, and again, this one outside off. Sondo goes on the drive, not really moving his feet straight to mid off for no run. That's another thing. So
here's the thing. Here's the issue, right? So you don't have your number 3 who has had a goodish year is injured.
Yeah.
You've got Aiden who stunk up the joint in England. You've got you've got also Zubair Hamza, who's should be here, but he's not. Ryan Rickleton's got the ankle injury, so you also can't bring in someone new and give them a debut. So why not call back a guy who batted with Temba in Sri Lanka, which was pretty tough time for the Proteas? I would have brought back Peter Malan.
Again, I was saying that in the beginning.
But Tim says this. Tim says he would bring back Peter Malan, but he's an LBW candidate. I wouldn't. I would have gone the same way because the domestic bully that is Tiernus de Bruin still averages around 50 in 4-day cricket. So the question is, it's the same thing with Aiden. We're going to bring Aiden back next year and we're going to be like, we're going to hope he's going to give you runs.
Yeah. As Cummings comes in now, and this one is defended by Carverina to the leg side. No run, 65 before.
Because it wasn't too risky because Tiernus was with the team the last time we toured Australia. He just didn't play. So it was a safe call from the selectors, and I agree, and I'm okay with that. I'm comfortable with that. I was just surprised to see him back. I was like, wow, okay. Tony DeZorzi must be like missing because the guy was scoring runs after runs after runs. And no, because Tony DeZorzi ticks 2 boxes, right? He's black, and on top of that, he's an opener, so he can bat at 3, right? And he's on form, right? Tiernus wasn't. And that was the issue I had, was that, yes, his body of work says 50, but in this year, he just didn't look like the Tiernus we knew.
As Cummings comes in again, and this one defended to the offside, overrun, 65 for 4 is still the score. That rhymes. And
the thing for me, in the absence of Ryan Rickleton, right, I'd have been okay if they kept Aiden Markram. So that was the other thing, right?
Yeah.
I'd rather have Aiden die here and all of us complain with Aiden dying here, knowing that Aiden's an injury replacement.
Yes.
And when Keegan Peterson comes back for West Indies, Aiden goes away. And if Aiden scores 100, oh yes, great headache to have.
Yeah. But but like you said, what's it say if the selectors are persisting with Aiden? It's averaging 11.
No, that's the thing. One message are you sending?
Oh yeah, but you said injury replacement.
But also you're telling the guys at home that they're not whatever they do at domestic level doesn't matter, and that's my issue with Tony DeZorzi not being here. But I do agree that maybe the selection happened before Tony scored the 300. Actually, the meeting, not necessarily the press release of the squad.
This one from Cummings outside off defended, and there is no run. These two batting themselves in, the scoring rate is slow, but it's a test match, so don't worry about that. Like you said, bat 4 sessions.
No, it's a worry. I'm worried because it creates moments like Dean and Tiernus where guys now feel like they need to hit out because they've been batting so slowly. The only person who's always been comfortable about batting slowly was always Dean. But today, Dean felt like Dean was frazzled. And I was like, but dude, you've always told me 40 overs. I'm here waiting for you to take me to the middle of lunch, the lunch session. So it's just something's a little off, but it's disappointing because we're watching the World Test Championship final walk away in front of our eyes.
If we lose this one, we have to win in Sydney.
Oh Lord! And we also have to win. Have to beat the West Indies. I don't know why. I think
we have to win the
West Indies. West Indies at home is a World Test Championship fixture. So if you win both of those, I think you might get in if you sweep them. But obviously you've got India have one more series after this. I don't know which one it is. Tim knows this.
Is this one in from start to Zondo outside off and chops it down, just misses the off stump. Oh, bottom edge.
Man. Kai's a very lucky man. He literally chopped that down onto the stumps and it bounced just over. And Mitchell Stark knows it too. He just lay
Oh, that's
flat
so
on the pitch. Must be very hot.
Swimming
Like
in
to
the
like
mountains,
flat on the pitch, like face down.
couple of coats of varnish. That's lucky. Super lucky.
Siddiq says, why can't we give Jordan Hammond a debut? Please, no more of this shit of let him go. Let's see how he does in second season, because if he has a bad season means another 2 years. Yeah, Jordan
Talk
Hammond
to
should come in.
Zondo outside off, driven finally off 65. They come through for 2, driven to the offside, and they come through for 2, 67 for 4.
Yeah, he's very loose this morning. He's chasing wide ones, like seriously
Even-
chasing wide ones.
Yeah. Yep, as soon as Witt's off, they're throwing their hands at it. That's a bit of a worry. And Stock comes in again. This one outside off, throws his hands at this one, and it's beautifully taken. Oh, Marnus Labuschagne. Oh, what a catch. Oh, just as we put the markers on him.
Marnus is making everyone who's left to go to Sydney enjoy the cricket this morning. This is like a win for the we went to Sydney brigade. What a catch from Marnus at wide-ish mid-off. He was diving to his left on the ground. Well, diving to his left, ball was very low, two-handed catch, and the loose Zondo goes back to the hut. It's 5 for 67. To answer Sadiq's question, right, that he put up, right, I'd want a bit of a revamp and an overhaul, including in the leadership aspects of this team, right? I don't want to throw out the old people, but there are guys who should be given an opportunity. Jordan Hammond is one of them. Ryan Rickleton, once he has his ankle surgery, should be walking straight into this team. And I understand why they left him out. I think he does it, but I understand why, because it's a liability to CSA to take a player is injured for him to get injured. Because that means you're going to be paying for his recovery when you've told him to get surgery. It doesn't make sense, right? So I get that issue, even though he's playing really well, and I love it, and I know they're managing it. I think they should have had a lot more conversations around it. Maybe even let him sign a waiver to say that CSA is not liable if he does get injured on that ankle. They do that in American sports all the time. If you come with a knee injury that everyone knows, they're like, sign this that says if you break your knee, we're not paying for it. Things like that.
Josh Richards.
So Josh Richards as an opener for the Lions, he needs to be, I think, given an opportunity. This batting lineup needs a revamp.
Yeah. Who would you keep? Who would you keep?
So Tim says, let me look at Ikradnis. See, I don't understand why management is rigid with 5 bowlers. We are into the tail now. Go back to 7-4 split.
Yes.
I think it's not management. I think it's Dean. Dean's refusing to play with 4 bowlers. He's really worried that one's going to break down, and he wants that 5th option. And he even said in the last game that none of the batters can bowl, and he'd like a 5th person who can bowl a bit. And I was looking at him like, dude, you can do that too.
Yeah. Dean Hawker was our best bowler in India one time.
Exactly. Like bowl 90 overs a day. Okay.
Yeah.
So Tim says this, right? I think there's once the next ball comes in, just stops me. So Tim says Ryan Rickleton, Tony, Jordan Hammond, and Mulder should all be in for the West Indies series. Yes,
Start to Marco Janssen, and driven through the offside, just wide of Labuschagne this time, and they come back for 2 with those
My only question is,
eggs.
Are we gonna get to 100 at least? I think we just need to get to like 100. I think 150 is a bit too much, but 100 could work.
Mm.
Yeah. So for me, those are the four guys that should be in. Not sure if they're gonna still be rigid about Ryan and his ankle because that'll be straight after the SA20 in Oaks. And if I don't think CSA stance will change regarding
Yeah.
Ryan's ankle. Ryan needs to straight after SA20 go under the knife.
And this
We
one
play
from
too much
start
international
short
cricket.
down the
Mhm.
leg side and ducked by Marco. How short was it if Marco Janssen had to duck? And ducked by Marco
Remember
Janssen.
he's leaning forward.
Yeah.
A fit West Indies 11 will beat South Africa. I said what I said. No, Tim, that can't happen. Tim, that means we're going to be watching India and Australia at Lords. No, Tim, can't do this. Can't do this. Can't do this to the bowlers. The bowlers deserve more. The South
Yeah,
African fast bowlers have earned that right to bowl at Lords in June.
the South African fast bowlers deserve a batting lineup that can put on 250 at least.
No, there's no batting lineup that can put down 400. Give them rest.
Yeah, okay. Don't let them stray. Yeah.
Oh Lord.
Cummings in now. This was pulled in the air. Carverina. Oh, and it drops. It drops.
It's in between three players. Another shot that you don't play. There's certain shots that you leave at home. Leave in South Africa.
Oh.
That the pull shot's one of them. Duck underneath every shot ball that's short.
Oh.
It's things like that. It's what's the most risky shot in your arsenal? Oh, the pull shot. Okay, we're not gonna play it.
Yeah.
We're gonna leave it at home.
Oh, again from outside off again. To be fair, it was there to pull. But
it was there to see. Marco leaves short balls. He ducks underneath them, even though they're not short, right?
Yeah.
Steve Waugh said this. He was like, when he played for Australia when he started, the numbers weren't working out well in the first few tests. He was getting out cheapishly to the short ball, and then he was like, actually, I'm putting that away. And he's had a great career for Australia since then. You know, yes, here and there he'll play the short ball, but it was one thing he took away. And that's the thing about Test cricket, right?
Cummings in now. Drops this one short to Marco Janssen. He ducks. This time he ducks. Again, how short is that ball? Bending his back.
2 meters tall. Hey, the comments are coming in, bro. Comments are coming in. So, Jagannath says, do the Proteas really want to play cricket? When is Alga would be sacked? Otherwise, best chance to Windies to beat South Africa. Alga is the most stubborn cricket I've seen in recent times. Okay.
This one outside off left. And beats the outside edge rather than left alone. Straight through to the keeper, 70 for 5.
Sadiq says, this team is crying for an extra batter. You don't think negative that someone will break down? I've said that on our podcast, the Full Quarter podcast. You can find it on this channel on YouTube. We've said that. I've said that. But Dean does not want. Look, the question is, will your extra batter give you extra runs? You don't know that. Same with the fifth bowler. Will he get you extra wickets? It's a chicken and egg Schrodinger's cat debate.
This one from Cummings is show up to the body of Marco Janssen, and it is defended for no run. Oh, guys are mean. They're really off the mean, Alga.
Here it is. Jagannath says this. We really want India versus Australia to be the World Test Championship finals. Proteas are simply not good enough to play top 3 and better. And better to play against the Irish and Zimbabwe. Even they will beat the Proteas.
Says the same Proteas team. Let's remember, the same Proteas team beat India. When it was, South Africa is here for the taking. They were like, no, Final Frontier. No, not here. The same South African team.
Oh, that was a fun Final Frontier. That was fun. But it was mostly our bowlers. And to a certain extent, the question is obviously everyone says, no, wait until both teams bat on this and you'll see. Australia is very emotional in this test match. And I think David Warner wants to score a century in his 100th match.
Cummings comes in, last ball of the over, defended to the leg side, and Marco Janssen does the right thing and says no run. And the score remains 70 for 5 after 30 overs. And so far, 10 overs short of what Dean Alger said that he wanted to bat, and they are 5 down.
Yeah, Siddiq says an extra batter gives you mental assurity and cushion because as soon as we are 4 down, we are looking down the barrel. That's true.
Just get another batting all-rounder, man. Come on, guys. But who?
You guys think these people grow on trees? Like you can just pick one, like you pick grapes to make wine.
They used
Like,
to.
no.
That's the thing. What happened?
No, one did. That was Jacques
Brian
Callis. That's a
McMillan
once in a generation talent. All these teams don't have a batting all rounders. They've got a bowling all rounder who bats
True.
7 and is good enough. You know, Ravi Ashwin for Australia, for India. Sorry, West Indies with Jason Holder, Cameron Green, but Cameron Green bats at 6. Yeah.
Okay,
The only team that's got like all rounders that grow on trees is England, like Ben Stokes and all these other guys. Like that T20 side's packed with all rounders.
Stock in now, driven by Carverina and straight to the fielder, Manus Labuschagne.
So Jagannath says this. Let me say this: it was not India who beat the Proteas. It was India's ego that cost him the series. 100% confident India will beat the Proteas come next Christmas in South Africa. With Jordan Harriman batting at 3, with Tony DeZorzi opening. No, man. Ryan Rickleton's not will be ready. No. At home. No, we don't lose to India.
Drives Mitchell Stark through the offside, and there's a big change. Ooh, Manus Labuschagne coming around, and he cleans up, and they come through for 2.
The thing for me is the momentum of this innings, right? The Australians are upbeat. We're not making them work for anything. And that's my thing. I thought this batting lineup strategy was stick it out. You know, Australia need 20 wickets to win the match. Our position is we're not losing this match, so we're gonna bat for as long as possible, and we're gonna make our wickets very hard. So I'm comfortable with the 26 over 68. I know there's the strike rate brigade that wants guys to strike at 50% or more. No. This is the Proteas. We don't do that.
Yeah,
we sit forever. We batter bowlers into the ground and then pick them all from overs 50 to 80 until they get that new ball energy.
As this one is outside off and defended by Carverina, but that's what Dean Alger said when he took over the captaincy. South Africa should be playing boring cricket, just bore the opposition bowlers to death, and then when they tired, they pick them apart.
Yeah, but how good is this boring cricket? It's boring. They're just losing wickets.
Yeah. As this one is dug in short, Carverina takes his eye off the ball. Didn't handle it too well, but misses. Everything goes through to the keeper. Unless it hit him in the elbow.
Didn't miss anything. It hit him on the back.
Oh!
It hit him at the
in between the
where
shoulder
the
blades.
neck joins the back and the back becomes back. That little spot, that little soft little spot there.
Ooh.
Yeah, the top of the spine.
And he's shrugging like he's Brock Lesnar.
In between the shoulders, yeah.
Oh, that's
Brock Lesnar. What a wrestler.
His fleeks. Traps.
Sadiq just wants a change in the guard. He just wants a new captain and coach. If the Proteas lose 3-0 and find themselves out of the World Test Championship race, then push the reset button and launch the new captain along with the new coach. And he's like Timber as the captain. You guys didn't want Timber as the ODI and T20 captain. Now you want him as the
Now you
Test
want to
captain,
test captain.
only to berate him. Guys, this was gonna happen. They're gonna be like, no, we want hundreds. We were okay with the 40s, the 40 average. We want hundreds now, and he hasn't scored
As
100 in like.
forever.
Timber hasn't scored 100 in like 7 years.
Yeah.
When was the last
This
time he
one
scored
knocks
100? Like
off.
2015. Yeah. Yo, guys, it's been a while. And it was in this test match in South Africa. It was in the Boxing
In South
Day
Africa
test
against England.
against Australia. It's been like 7
Oh.
years since this guy scored 100. Even I'm getting frustrated.
Oh man, Tim, was it against England?
Yes, it was.
Boxing Day? That
Mhm.
same test that
Cape Town. Oh, it was New Year's test, Cape Town. Sorry, and I wasn't Boxing
yeah.
Day.
At Newlands.
The same test match where I think Ben Stokes went buck wild.
Yeah, Ben Stokes ended Chris Marsh's test career. That bowling lineup was shocking that day. The South Africans had to feel because of injuries. Yo!
Yeah, and now look, we no longer have injuries, and this is the batting lineup that they're giving us.
Yeah. As Cummings comes in now to Marco Janssen, drops this one, would have been over Temba Bavuma's head, defended off the back foot by Marco Janssen quite comfortably for no run.
Look, I think realistically, you're gonna want 20s from Janssen and Maharaj.
Yeah.
And for them to stick it out with Verona and see what they can get, 150, give the bowlers something. Yeah.
Oh, Carverina crossed the threshold. He's now faced 21 deliveries. That's always you're sort of getting acclimatized after 20 balls. As Janssen comes in now, facing his 10th, and he defends, but leaving that forward defense by Marco Janssen, leaving a gate, a huge gap between bat and pad on that defense. If they want to, we don't have in the system currently. South Africa doesn't have in first class cricket. We don't have like a prolific bowling all rounder that is setting things alight. Do we? This one outside
Vian Mulder. Vian's doing well. In the one day cup, he just scored 100 recently. Also took like 3 wickets in like 3 overs. It was ridiculous, like 2 runs. There's a guy in Western Province, Mihlali Mpongwana. I like him. I like him a lot. Scored some handy runs in the one day cup on Sunday against the Rocks. Not Sunday, on Friday against the Rocks. And
in again. This one, that was a nasty one. In the memory bank, it's dropped short. Marco Janssen takes evasive action, but where's this one? This one's going to be in the memory bank from when Cummings comes to bat.
Yeah,
I think he's not going to forget.
Marco just got hit in the head. We need the physio. We need to stop the bleeding.
Inside of the neck. Oh.
Yeah, Australia now touring with this team. Yeah. So look, I think, we don't. Our problem's not an all-rounder. Our problem is we can't get a group of 6 batters that can consistently, 3 of them can score runs for you. They don't have to score runs all the time, and this is Sadiq's thing, right? Sadiq says hundreds regarding Timber. He says Timber's averaging 45 for the last 3 years, looks most assured, and he finds himself short of partners often. And that's always been the case, right? It's always in this year, it was always Timber and Keegan. And then when we went to, and that was India, and then and then Dean pitched in, and then Rassi pitched in a little bit, and we won that India series, right? But it was largely Timber and Keegan. Then we go to New Zealand. That first test is an anomaly. Second test, it was Sarl and it was Carverina, right? And then you're like, okay, cool, but you need these guys need to help each other. The only problem is that all 6 of them are like woefully off form.
Cummings in to Midland leg, pushed by Marco Janssen down towards mid on for the single. Oh, they come back for 2. as the score moves on to 75. Oh, it was the end of the over. Yeah, they come through for the single, 75 for 5. Marco Janssen retaining the strike. Yeah,
And then when we got to England, you don't have Timbo, who's your most consistent batter,
yeah,
and Dean's trying, Sartle's trying, but nobody's consistently putting their hand up to say, yes, I want to score. I want to help score runs. And I think
yeah,
that for me is the thing. And I think it possibly is also the balance. So you probably need to mix it up with the guys who are actually national stroke makers, which is why Tony DeZorzi kind of makes sense. Obviously Ryan Rickleton would have made sense in this thing because in this team because he strokes it and he doesn't live, and obviously you got Kyle who won't think twice. But yeah, it's a problem.
Ryan Rickleton
To a
is
certain
the
extent,
closest thing.
To a certain extent, I'd be comfortable with Aiden if they told Aiden that we want you to play this game like it's a T20. Be as aggressive as David Warner at the top. It doesn't matter if you get out, but what we need from you is for you to put pressure on the bowlers. David Warner's done that for a while. Ben Stokes does that from batting at number 6. But I would be comfortable with that. But that's not our game plan. It's never been our game plan. Our game plan is to stick it out.
Scotty Boland in, and this one's on the money and on the off stump, about to maybe clip the top of it. And Mark Janssen prods forward and defends. No run. Yeah, look, if you're going to play Dean Elgar's game plan, which is boring cricket, that's fine.
He wins matches. It's a way to win a cricket match, right? And so for me,
playing boring cricket and being 75 for 5, as this one is down the leg side, gets maybe a thin edge, but it runs down to 5 leg where it's in the upper middle.
But that's where that opening partnership has to come in. They're the ones who need to set the tone for boring cricket. They're the ones who need to protect the rest of the batting lineup. They're just not doing that.
They need to see off the new ball. They need the opening pair needs to bat at least 20 overs.
Yes, but they're not doing that. They are sort of stuck in between this thing. I need to score runs because I think he feels the pressure now. And obviously Dean threw his wicket away today, but Dean was trying to do that. And that's what tennis, I think, kind of lost in all of this. Yeah, fine, you can lose a wicket, but you need to try and get to 40 overs. And I think that was lost in the ether when the short balls were coming and it was like, and then he decided to pull that. And I was like, oh, Lord.
Yeah. Bowling now outside off, and Janssen has a bit of a swish at it, misses everything, and straight to the keeper. No run. And he's practicing his leave in slow-mo as Bowling tries to give him a glare.
Sadiq has a comment on YouTube. Send in your comments on YouTube and Facebook, wherever you're listening to us. It says, Windies of the 80s, Australia of the 2000s played with 4 bowlers for years. Why suddenly we want a 5th bowler? In this era, you don't have to bowl much anyway. Those had an all-rounder. That's the thing. Someone in the top 6.
Drops this one short, and Janssen cuts. And there is no run. There is no run. The score remains 77 for 5.
I think those two boys had an all-rounder. And batting in the top 6. And I think that's the reason why they got away with it. And that 5th bowler was like a part-timer. Like what you'd want Dean Elgar to be at this point in time. If you played with 4 bowlers.
And beats the outside edge of the defensive Marco Janssen, and it goes through to the keeper. But here's an interesting thing. Aiden can play. You can play then. Aiden Marco, and he can bowl.
Doesn't serve the purpose. Boring cricket has to leave the ball better. Simple. No, you want a guy who's going to score consistently 40. That's what Tim says. Boring cricket, you have to leave the ball better. And I'd be comfortable with that, Tim. I'd be like, if I was Mali, if Mali came to the press conference, I'd be like, no, we told the guys to leave. We spent a week leaving the ball. Told them no shots are going to be played. We're just leaving the ball.
This one on middle, and off and defended by Mark Janssen, who's batting way outside his crease. He starts way out of his crease. His cricket movement takes him to his back foot to the crease, and he defends well. Bowling doesn't have the pace of a Mitchell Stark, obviously. It's well
I think Alex
defended.
Carey might want to come forward a little bit and keep at the stumps, but I don't think he's not going to do that. Look, they have South Africa 77 for 5. It's the best way to start a Boxing Day test. That's pretty empty for a Monday.
Yeah, and a public holiday.
Yeah. In Australia. On a Tuesday test match is packed. Just surprised why Melbourne's not pumping.
I'm waiting for day 2. They're probably not exciting cricket. MCG is awful as Green bowls a beautiful Yorker to Carverina, and it's dug out.
Great defense there. Sadiq says Dean can play part-time role. Even when Markham was in the 11, they didn't go to 7 batters. Dean is rigid about his decisions. Well, to be fair, it comes from Mark. Mark also is like this. He didn't want to tempt
as
my head.
Green comes in again, and this one outside off the back foot, just punched to the offside, and they come through for a cheeky single, and it is 78 for 5. A lot is being put on, like the comment earlier from Sadiq. Oh, he wants a new coach. I'm like, this is his second test in charge as coach. So everything before
he's an interim.
Mark Boucher.
He's an interim. Yeah. Well, we're gonna get a new coach in the new year, so just let's get SA20 out the way, and then we'll get a new coach.
As this one is full on off stump, a full toss, and Mark Janssen misses out and can only push it to mid on. Would you? Wow, you got money. I'd give him the job.
I want someone with a more aggressive mindset. Someone who's going to pick an aggressive coach. Yeah.
So who would you have in mind? Would you have a foreigner as coach? As this one from Green finds the outside edge, but a bounce is safe, and between first slip of the keeper, and they come back for 2.
Marco got squared up there.
So, would you have a foreign coach again?
No. The current director of cricket should be coach of the national team. He was supposed to be coach of the national team a long time ago. He plays an aggressive style of cricket. He doesn't do this whole boring, stick it out type of cricket. He'll change these cricketers. But because somehow when Smith left earlier this year,
a carbon copy of the ball. They got Carverina, they got Tinus de Bruin, and Carverina plays the same shot but doesn't get any bat on it, luckily, and it goes through to the keeper for no run. Take the full shot out of your repertoire for now, pal. Maybe you can pull
Enoch should be coach. Enoch should be coach. He played for the Lions. He played in that's the reason why we wanted him there. We didn't care about the fact that he didn't play international cricket. The Lions were the most dominant force in 4-day cricket in his 3 years that he was coach. But no, he didn't play for the Proteas. Now look where we are. And now all of a sudden he's now director of cricket instead of the coach.
So I hope
he picks a coach
but shorter
that follows his thing.
And pulled well this time. Nearly taking off the head of the square leg umpire as it races away to the boundary for 4. Score moves on to 83 for 5.
Great shot. Great shot there from Kyle.
We told him to take the pull away. This time it got it.
Look, if he's comfortable playing it, let him play it.
Yeah.
Otto's here. I'm going to take a bit of a break. I'll probably see you guys for like the last 30 minutes of thingy.
Okay.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Thanks, and Paul. Morning, Anis.
Otto.
So we only lost the 1 wicket after lunch. South Africa were in the whole heap of trouble with 4 down before lunch. As Janssen faces Boland, works this one off his legs to backward square leg, and they're coming back for 2. It looks like, yes, Janssen is back on strike. Score now is 85 for 5. So we made it to 80. That's great.
We there.
Oh, that was almost caught by a short square leg there. Let's see how close it was to that fielder. Just out of reach, just to the right of the short square leg. 3 slips and a gully in for Janssen facing Boland. This one's Fuller, driven nicely down the ground by Janssen, and the ball will race down to the boundary for 4. What a shot, 89 for 5. Excellent off drive there. Straight past the bowler to the boundary for 4.
We got Siddiq on YouTube saying Dean wanted spinner on green pitches when there was no need for spinner, and he really bowled. Yes, but again, Dean, he just wanted the balance. And then talking about Mali, the interim coach, he says he's interim coach, and I said new coach. Won't mind if he is, but he likes Robert Peterson as his coach.
Janssen facing the 3rd delivery of Boland's over, his 8th over. This one is defended to mid-off. Marnus Labuskaghni picks it up, mocks a throw at the stumps, and there's no run. 9 for Janssen of 25. Verona there with him, 14 of 25. And this is
Tim
the middle of the 35th over.
Tim saying that he would have a foreign coach, but that isn't happening. # finances. Yep. Hopefully this SAT20 brings in cash. That it's been promised to.
Boland into Janssen, left alone. Outside off stump, no run.
I know for a fact
I'm just happy to hear that there was some kind of succession plan. That there was some kind of, okay, this guy's going to be next, you know?
Yeah.
Because usually when we switch coaches, we clean everybody out, and bring in a whole new team, and the coach gets picked out of what looks like chaos, you know, from the outside at least.
Yeah.
There's no clear plan as to, you know, who's going to be the next coach, and that always worries me. So I'm happy about that. This one is defended by Boland for no run. It's still 89 for 5. 1 ball to go in the 35th over.
I really don't mind the interim coach. Like you said, there's a succession plan, but there needs to be, are people applying? Like, are the right people applying? And who's looking at it?
Yes. Yeah, I mean, that we won't know really. I mean, that's not a transparent process, is it?
Yeah. No, not really.
No.
We'll find out once.
6 runs scored off the over so far, and Janssen defends this one for no run. 89 for 5, 35 overs gone. Run rate is 2.54. For what that is worth. We'll hear via
the grapevine that someone's gone in for an interview, but it's not really transparent to the public. It's like, Jeffrey, still say Jeffrey Tuyana. Oh.
Yeah, that would be, and he's a very successful coach at the first class level. Toyana took the Lions to holding all 3 trophies, I think, wasn't he? Yeah, coached them to the 4-day, the 1-day, and the T20 champions at the same time. So he's a good option. And as Green continues to Verona, this one is on leg stump and just bunted out to mid-on for a single. Verona moves on to 15 of 26. 90 for 5 is the score. By the way, very good friend of mine, school friend of mine, is there at the MCG today. He lives in Melbourne now. Him and his wife are there. Christian, shout out to Christian there. And he says there's no chance of rain for the next few days. It's extremely hot. It's going to be 35 plus for the next few days. As Green continues a big booming drive by Janssen, misses everything through to Alex Carey behind the stumps, no run.
If it's going to be that hot, and we were talking about boring cricket, if South Africa bats, remember the MCG test a couple of years ago, the one where it was South Africa's first win in Australia in like forever, I think ever, since we had mission rather, as this one is clipped beautifully by Marco Janssen, showing that he is no mug with a bat, and they come through for 92 for 2. The one where Faf scored, he's made it 100. He scored 101. And that broke the back of that Aussie bowling lineup to the effect of them playing an entirely new bowling lineup in the following test at Perth. They made those Aussies toil. South Africa need to do the same thing here.
Yes, that's what we need. Green carries on with his fourth delivery, and this one is left alone by Marco Janssen. Ducks underneath the short one, outside off stump. Just sort of sits down on his haunches and lets it go through. 2 balls to go in the 36th over. And Australia winning the toss this morning and putting South Africa into bat, so they will be very happy that they've got South Africa in this position, 90 for 5. And it's once again a fight for survival for the tail and the lower order. As Green over the wicket to Janssen, full and just driven out to mid-on, for no run. Janssen is on 11, 32, Verona 15 of 26. 1 ball to go in the 36, 92 for 5. Yeah, sorry, carry on.
Becoming a common theme these days, this this type of score, the top order just not able to hold on to anything, putting the South Africans under pressure. And
Janssen facing Green, and left alone, outside off stump, no run, 92 for 5.
That's a waste of a delivery, but 92 for 5, like you said, it's not going to matter much. It's outside off, it's wide, and it's short, and it's just going to be left alone, hopefully. But 92 for 5, you're hoping for that lapse of concentration.
South Africa's average first innings total, it says here on the TV. South Africa's average first inning total in the last 3 tests. Let's put this out there for the comment section on YouTube and Facebook. What do you think? What do you think that figure is? If you're not watching the TV, if you are, you're welcome to post it in the comments. And thank you very much for all the comments coming through so far. We do appreciate you talking to us. You are the third commentator. You're the extra commentator on the air with us. You can tell us what you think at any time. If you didn't know, Anis, just off the top of your head, what would you say? I would say like maybe 80 or 90 because we've been really bad in the last few tests. In the first innings, Verona facing Boland, and he works this one out to mid-wicket for a single. So he's happy to pass the strike on to Janssen with a single off the first delivery of the over and then letting Janssen face the rest. 93 for 5.
I saw the stat.
And,
sorry, even if it's not 80, it's still shocking for my team. It's a problem.
It's not far off.
But here's the thing: how many times has South Africa batted first? Of those 3, I think they batted first each time.
Yeah, so that was the tour of New Zealand and now this tour, right?
No,
so
England.
We had some England, excuse me. Yes, of course. We didn't do any commentary on that one, so I sort of missed that. That one is outside leg stump, left alone by Marco Janssen, and it goes through to the keeper of Scott Boland, who's bowling his 9th over. He's got 1 for 22, Scott Boland, and Janssen is there on 11 of 34 deliveries, and it's the start of this 37th over. 93 for 5 is the score.
So it's absolutely shocking. And I can't remember when last the Proteas have had such a fragile batting lineup. Okay, maybe just after Graham Smith and the rest of the entire crew decided to retire, and it was that tour of India, which was shocking. But then,
so that last one left alone, no run. Yeah,
so
I mean
that's the
we've
last time there
been.
was even in transition.
Oh, look, like we were saying earlier, the same team beat India at home, and in that series we at least had something to bowl at. Janssen defends this one off middle and leg stump line, but it just squares him up a little bit, and it bounces out to the offside for no run. And that
series,
is two balls to go in the 37th.
250 was a winning score. Anything over 200, you were in the game. And that's become something in South African conditions. Anything over 200, you're in the game. 300, you're winning. But 200 is a competitive score in SA. As this one from
Boland over the wickets, left alone. Yeah. And Sadiq Sumro says, I wonder what first inning score gives Protea a realistic chance to win here.
200.
One more than the Australians, as Alan Border famously said. One more than the opposition. It's a good score. Yes, from that position, what were we? 48 for 4 at lunch or something like that. Ridiculous like that.
Yeah.
So 93 for 5. I would say this is a sort of a recovery in progress here at the moment by Verona and Janssen. As Boland continues with the final ball, and it's defended by Marco Janssen, and it's 93 for 5 of 37 overs. Yeah, look, if we can get to 150, yes. So we have a drinks break, so we can talk a bit about the strategy from here. If we can just make it to 150, these two stay together until the end of play today. That'll be great. We'll probably lose 2 or 3 now that I've said that. Just after drinks, but there you go. You can blame me for that one. But look, just bat out the day. I think that should be the mission for the Proteas at the moment, is just to be there at the close of play today, and not give Australia a chance to get off the field until Proteas decide that they should go off, that they've done with the innings. So take control back, I think, is the mission for this day. So that would mean that we would get to maybe a 180, 170, maybe a little bit more.
Yeah. No, okay. So, I don't think.
So 200. Yeah, like you said, if we can get to 200, that'll be awesome. It's probably very unlikely, but I would like it if we just manage to bat out the day from this position. Yeah. That'll be great, and I think that will give the team a little bit of confidence as well, just to see that they can fight back, and just sending a message to that top order to say, look, as Sadiq now says in his next comment here, the pitch looks much better on to bat on than what the score is indicating, and I agree with that. And he also says we were not that terrible in 2015-16 India tour. So thank you very much, Sadiq, for the comments coming through. And by the way, that average for the Proteas in the past 3 tests, the previous 3 tests before this one, is 140 all out. So that's not great. Yeah. So that's 2 test matches in England and 1 in Australia. First innings score of 140 average.
Yeah, and South Africa didn't win any of those. So
we definitely did not.
The Proteas need the like as we were saying earlier on, the bowlers deserve more to bowl at. They deserve something to bowl at. And on this pitch and the conditions that's available, South Africa needs to make this Aussie bowling lineup toil.
Mm. And what's missing for me, I mean, obviously the runs the lack of runs from the top order that we've talked about at length in this test match and the previous one. But apart from that, it looks to me like there isn't enough value being placed on one's wicket by the batters. So I want to see good deliveries taking the wickets. I think Tim and Paul mentioned this on one of their podcasts as well. You don't want the opposition to get wickets easily, and throw your wicket away kind of situations. You want the bowlers to work for the wickets. You want to see the batters. If they lose their wickets, it's to absolute pearl of delivery that has your name written all over it, and there's nothing you could do to avoid getting out. You don't want to see this hook shots and things like that, and leading edges, and and like that catch that Babuskagni took to get rid of Zondo. Green after drinks continues to Carverina defended to the offside, and there's no run. I mean,
that was a fantastic catch.
2 centimeters down, or more to the middle of the cover region, and it would have been fine. It would have been a great cover drive, but a catch like that should take a wicket.
Yeah.
Maybe you could argue that it was a bad choice of shot to play that cover drive up as Verona drives this one back down the pitch for no run to Cameron Green, who's bowling his 5th over. He's on 1 for 17 in his 5th over, and it's 93 for 5 the score. And then Sadiq says, excuse me, say again, Anis.
You could say that shot was a bit loose, but the shot was on.
Yes.
It's just a fantastic bit of fielding that was there.
Yes.
Was doing it.
Amazing catch. Yeah. So I've got no problem with that. Verona flicking this one off his pads to mid wicket, or to square leg rather, for a single, and he moves on to 16 of 29. He's now he's still the 3rd highest scorer of the innings for South Africa so far. And Sadiq Sumro saying, Otto, do you think Proteas can play with 4 bowlers? Yes, I do. I'd love to see that. What I'd really love is if Keshav can bat the way he does it at first class level, as Green continues, left alone by Janssen outside off stump, and there's no run, because he's a walking wicket at test match level. But in the domestic scene and the first class level, he scores 50s and quite regularly if he does play. And I can certainly remember the Titans being bushed and battered into the ground by Keshav and a few other people. So he can bat a lot better than he shows at test level. That'll be great. It'll solve a lot of our problems. Janssen defends this one to mid on, for no run. And Janssen looks promising, but well, as Paul pointed out, these are bowling all-rounders.
Yeah.
And the fact that we had Mr. Cullis for so long really spoiled us. But yeah, I wouldn't mind going into the test match. Temba can bowl, Algar can bowl if somebody breaks down, to give the bowlers a break. Maybe, before and after a drinks break, you can have Algar or Bavuma bowling too. As Green continues now, final delivery of the 38th over, defended back of a length, defended by Janssen outside off. I see Jenna has joined us in the green room.
Hi, Jenna.
Good morning, Jenna.
Hi, Jenna. I'm going to drop off.
Thank you, Anis. Lovely stuff. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Anis.
Cheers, everyone. Hi, Jenna. Bye, Jenna.
Sorry.
Bye. How are you?
How are you this morning? I'm very well, thanks. And yourself?
Yeah.
Scott Boland with the second over after drinks will continue. And he will be bowling to Carverina on 17 of 30. It's Carverina. And Boland bowling his 10th over. He's 1 for 22. 94 for 5 is the score. And let's see what can be done here. What do you think would be a decent score for the Proteas from this position?
Well, I do tend to agree with you a little bit, Otto. If we can bat out a bit to the end of the day, then it would put us in a bit of an easier position. Take things on in the morning. Just get there. But it is a long time to bat, so...
Yeah.
You know.
Carverina takes a single off the first delivery of the over once again. He moves on to 18. He's now joint second highest scorer for South Africa in this innings, 95 for 5. Yeah, I don't think it'll be nice if for the second test in a row the opposition puts us into bat and bowls, takes 10 wickets on the first day. So that will be a big milestone as far as I'm concerned. Boland to Janssen, who defends this one for no run.
Yeah, it's definitely not good for the fans if things close up on day 2, which happened in the first test. So if South Africa can just get things through, then I'm sure everybody in the cricketing world will be a little bit happier.
And Australia just hammering home the advantage that they built in the first test and making the South African top order look very ordinary. As Boland continues to Marco Janssen, he's on 11 of 42 and there's no run there. So these two are doing quite a good job so far, by the looks of it. See what the partnership is. What is it now? Should be around 30, maybe close to there.
Yeah, something like that. I think we saw the calm class of Carverina in the first test where he scored, I think, 70 odd. So if we can get that from him, and if Marco Janssen can just hold down the other end, keep rotating the strike, then I do think South Africa's in it.
Yeah, that would be so nice. As there's another dot delivery by Scott Boland. 2 balls to go in the 39th over, 95 for 5. So let's see here the scorecard. Check if I can bring up that partnership here. 28 runs, yeah, off 10.1 overs. Boland in again, 3 slips in a gully. Nicely defended by Janssen outside off stump. No run.
Yeah, I think
Just
it's
a single
so
off the
easy
over
to
so far.
always say, oh, the batters are doing so badly, the batters are doing so badly. And as a batter, I can definitely say that in teams I've been in, you go through those rough patches where you really just can't break anything over 120. And that's hard to take that on as a batter. And it's difficult when you keep playing and you don't get dropped and you just keep failing. So I think that's a little bit where the South African team is at. No one is being dropped. Things are becoming a little bit difficult. So it does get you in your head. But I think just to go 1 ball at a time.
That seems to work well for Verona and Janssen here. That's the end of the over, dot ball. 95 for 5 is still the score. Yeah, I mean, it's not like they're going out there and trying to lose their wickets. Yeah, I just, as I said, I just like to see better deliveries getting our batters out. Instead of these making it look easy to get South Africans wickets. I mean, that run out, having a look at the wickets now again, Marnus Labuschagne, his performance was excellent there. The ball went straight to him. It was Algar's mistake, but the execution of that run out and the catch were excellent. Green into Verona. This time he doesn't get a single off the first ball. 95 for 5.
Yeah, just speaking about fielding and how good Marnus Labuschagne has been, the coach that I play under at the Titans, he always says that fielding is a mindset. And we all kind of roll our eyes at him because, I mean, there are many things that you need to practice, skills and things that can't just come. I mean, those things you have to train over and over again until you get them right. So I do think there is some level of, practice makes perfect when it comes to fielding. But I think if you have the same energy that Marnus has, I think you're definitely one of the best players in the field.
Yeah. Verona is struck on the pads. The DRS timer is 4, 3, 2, 1. I think that Cummins indicated to Green there that he thought the ball was a bit high. Looked to me like it might be going down leg as well, as Verona is struck quite high on his front pad. And he stepped across onto middle and off with that front leg. And it hit him sort of almost behind the pad on his leg, but he survived that one. The umpire said not out. The Australians did not review, and Verona gets the single to take him to 19 and bring Janssen on strike. So looking at the ball tracker now, and it would have clipped the top of leg stump. So Verona's very lucky there, but the umpire didn't give him out. That was Cummins didn't review it. He thought it was a bit too high. Green also said it might be too high. So that would have stayed with the umpire's call. As Green into Janssen now, who drives this one, and it's well fielded at mid-off by Pat Cummins, the Australian captain. For no run, 96 for 5.
Yeah, I think Carverina at the moment is looking to play a bit too square for me. He's trying to get onto the inside of the ball and just play around his legs. Whereas Cameron Green is definitely trying to target that middle and off stump line, just steering a little bit down towards the leg. But if Carverina can just play as straight as possible, then I do think he'll be in a much better position to get bat on ball for that.
Interesting, yeah. Thanks for picking that up. As Janssen ducks underneath this one, that's short ball, going down leg side to the keeper for no run. 1 ball to go in the 40th over. It looks like a beautiful day in Melbourne, not a cloud in the sky. There's a few wisps there in the air, but it's very hot, I'm told, reliably informed. And that one is defended by Marco Janssen. 40 overs gone, 96 for 5. Verona on 19 off 34 and Janssen on 11 off 49. And they're doing a good job here, these two. They've been batting together now for 11 and a half overs at a run rate of 2.5. So that is exactly what the doctor ordered for South Africa. Partnership is now 29 for Verona and Janssen. So really good job. Anything is just stay there. Just keep batting. Don't lose a wicket. That's it.
Yeah, they do actually look quite calm at the crease. They're just standing there going about their business, trying to rotate the strike as much as possible, but not letting the lack of strike rotation at times get to them, not putting themselves under pressure. So for me, watching it feels quite calm out there in the middle, and I think that's they just need to keep on going with that.
Yes, agree. And at some point, the Australian bowlers are only human. There might be a chance for Verona and Janssen. We know that he's not too shabby with the bat, but there might be a chance for Verona to cash in a little bit at the end of the day if he can hang around until then. He swivels around and plays this one down to fine leg, as it was back of a length on leg stump for a single. He moves on to 20, does Carverina. Single off the first ball once again. 97 for 5. Back to his habits from earlier in the session.
Yeah, Mitchell Starc in his 11th over, 2 wickets for 26, the main wicket taker for the day so far. World class he is, but Carverina making that pull shot look nice and simple, calm, keeps his head still and just gets through that ball for a single.
Yeah, he looks in control there, Pascal. So that's a very good sign for South Africa. So backward square leg is close to the batter, about where the 30-yard circle would be in ODIs. As Starc comes left arm over the wicket. This one is on leg stump. Beautifully clipped off his toes by Marco Janssen. And it goes to deep mid-wicket for a 4. And that is the 100 up for South Africa. 101 for 5. And the 100 comes from 40.2 deliveries. 101 for 5. So well done. We've made it this far. We've got to the 100. They're going to have to score triple figures.
Yeah, triple figures are definitely something that's nice to see on the scorecard. But that was a wonderful shot there by Marco Janssen. Just overpitched 2 straight, and he just leaned into that one. Playing straight, something we mentioned in the previous over, and just making sure that one went over the rope.
This time, Marco Janssen is struck high on his front leg by Mitchell Starc with a shorter delivery on leg stump. And, oh no, that hit him just about on his belt. That was a nasty one there. Just went across these 2 pockets of his pants there. But he looks okay, Marco Janssen. Ready to continue. Facing up to Mitchell Starc, short on middle stump this time, and Marco Janssen ducks underneath that. 15 he scored now, or 52 deliveries. So great job here from Marco Janssen, 101.5.
Yeah, that's what happens when you hit a 4 off the second delivery for Mitchell Starc. The next 2 balls are definitely going to be coming for you. Not fun to face after you score a couple runs off a world-class bowler like Starc. But Marco Janssen handling it well so far. Obviously, Starc is coming left arm over to the right-hander. So that angle is quite difficult, opening up, especially if Mitchell Starc is getting a good length and the ball is coming back into him. It's difficult to play.
Yeah, that one just left alone as it slides down leg side, no run. Yeah, and I mean, that ball that got rid of Asif van der Dussen, that was, okay, there was a lot of assistance from the wicket there at the Gabba, but he manages to pitch that ball on off stump and hit the wickets, even though he's bowling over the wicket. So very, very dangerous bowler to contend with. And Sadiq, we did talk about this a little bit before, and then missed it. Mentioning this again on YouTube comments. This time, Marco Janssen sways out of the way, but the ball catches his bat, but there's no chance of a catch there. Maybe he did play that down into the ground, but it wasn't convincing. So if the Proteas find themselves out of the World Test Championship by losing 3-0 in this series, would you press the reset button and on from Dean as captain?
I'm going to be a little bit controversial. I like Dean. I do think there are other players in the country that could do a different job or a better job. But I think he, in the past, has shown a lot of grit at the top of the order. I can't say much about his captaincy, but for me, I enjoy him as an opening batter. He just needs to find his rhythm again and get going.
Yeah, I agree with that. Playing in South Africa, in England, and now Australia, very, very difficult to open the batting. But we know what Dean can do. I wouldn't drop him at this point. I think he's a good captain as well. I like the way he captains the side in terms of making decisions on the field. Lion into the attack now for Australia, and defended by Carverina to forward short leg for no run.
Yeah, I like seeing this change of pace here from the Australians. Nathan Lyon has been really economical so far. He's in his 4th over now for 5 runs, and this could be something that puts a little bit of pressure onto this partnership. They've been looking nice and calm, confident against the pace bowlers. Let's see how this changes things up.
Verona dances down the wicket and plays this one out to the onside for a quick single. 102 for 5. And I've just received a photograph from a friend of mine. He's standing next to Shane Warne's statue there at the MCG. Very jealous. Lyon in again, right arm over to Janssen. Plays this one out to short square leg for no run. 15 or 55 for Janssen. And there's 3 balls to go in the 42nd over. And let's see what Sadiq says here on YouTube after this delivery. Maybe after this over with the spinner bowling, there's not a lot of time to chat. There's an appeal for something. No, the ball just squirts out off the bat of Mark Janssen, who's squared up to that one and gets a thickish outside edge. It jumps in the air out to point for no run. Bat pad there, I think. But went to the offside. And there's a leg slip, and a short square leg in for Lyon. And this one is left alone by Janssen, wide outside off stump, and there's no run.
And Carverina showed some good intent the first 2 deliveries of the over. And Marco Janssen looking a little bit more defensive, definitely not comfortable with the spin at all.
Yeah, he goes way forward to this one, defends it back to Lyon for no run. 102 for 5 after 42 overs. And then Sadiq says the curator, the groundsman, did say that they wanted pitch which helps the new ball for 30 overs and then becomes a good batting surface. And this looks like a good batting surface, he says. Good luck to our bowlers getting through this Australian lineup. Yes, I agree with that. It does look like it doesn't look like a 102 for 5 pitch. It looks like a 102 for 2 pitch, maybe.
Yeah, now it does.
A lot better.
Yeah, definitely. I do think it's going to be difficult for the South Africans later on, but it was a very good toss to win. So Australia definitely made the right decision then, if that's what the groundsman said, to just win the toss, go out, bowl, make use of the new ball in the first 30 as best as possible.
Verona here with a back foot cover drive. They're going to come back for the second as it's fielded on the boundary. Throw comes in. They're running the third. And Janssen will be on strike. Verona moves up to 24 off 38. And Janssen will face the rest of the Mitchell Starc over, whose bowling is 12th over. 2 for 33, Mitchell Starc now. And 105 for 5 is the score.
Yeah, lovely cricket shot there by Verona as he just punched that off the back foot. Just waited on the ball, a little bit back of a length, played under his eyes. I think his hands are really great. He times the ball really nicely, plays the ball late, plays it down into the ground. So there's no chance of finding a fielder there on that offside. Yeah, I really enjoy watching him bat, and he just needs to keep going.
Yep. And I think that the way Janssen is playing, he's obviously not bothered about the scoring rate. He's just staying with Kyle, and that's good. I mean, that's what you want from your lower order. Just stay with the guy that's still the recognized batsman as long as you can. Yeah. So here we are, the last 3 tests for South Africa in 2022. 151 and 179 against England. Starc continues now. 2 slips and a gully in. Wide outside off stump, left alone by Janssen. Good leave. Very good leave. Nice to see that shot. And then at the Oval, 118 and 169. And then, of course, at the Gabba, 152 all out and 99 all out. So, really bad showing for South Africa in the last 3 tests in terms of the scoring. And I mean, even with our excellent bowlers, I mean, we came close to winning 2 of those tests. So just makes it even more frustrating if we can get more runs from our batters. Janssen defends this one out to the onside for no run, 105 for 5. So 2 balls to go in the 43rd over.
Yeah, if there was a little bit more on his scoreboard, then our bowlers definitely could clean up. But they do need that support from the batting unit.
Merry Christmas, says Vishal Gaonkar. Thank you so much. And Merry Christmas to you as well. And then Wetham says, this is hard to hear. Thanks, fellas, for your effort. Thank you for listening. We do appreciate that. And thanks for sending through your comments. As Mitchell Stark at the top of his mark. Going into Janssen, right-handed batter. And Stark is left arm over the wicket. This one is full on middle and off stump, driven nicely by Janssen. Back to Stark for no run. 105 for 5. And then Sadiq says, just commenting again on what we talked about, that we have to take into account where we play. So Australia, England and South Africa, very difficult to bat, he says, and then India, it's relatively easy. Thanks for that.
Do remember you can support us via our Patreon at www.patreon.com/OneWorldSR.
Yes, we would love that. If you can help us cover our costs and get to the cricket grounds and pay for the rights. As that's the end of the over, 105 for 5. And Janssen just making sure that he sees off that Mitchell Stark over. Excellent job again from Marco Janssen. And now Stark, I think, is getting a talking to here by the umpire. Might be for getting close to the line or maybe running on the pitch.
Yeah, he did have a bit of a tumble there on the 5th ball of the over. So he could have just been falling on the pitch. Yeah.
So they're showing us a comparison here of Mitchell Stark gripping the ball in different ways. Yes, now they've got the compactor out, stomping down on the ground there. Mitchell Stark not happy with the footing. And the groundskeeper or groundskeeper's assistant has left the scene. And Mitchell Stark supervising the compacting of the ground just about where he would get into his gather of his bowling stride, just before the bowler runs onto the wicket itself was where they were stomping down on the ground there. And Nathan Lyon will continue to Carverina on 24 of 38. Same field as the previous line over. This one is just dabbed into the ground by Verona out to backward square leg for short square leg rather for no run.
Australia is searching for a wicket here. They're definitely starting to look a little bit tired. Their feet are looking a bit heavy, but the bowler is searching for something here.
Excellent shot here by Carverina. It goes for 4. It was a cut shot off the back foot, leaning back and just getting enough on that delivery to let it run to the boundary for 4. And that is excellent work by Carverina, being nice and positive once again, as you pointed out, Jenna, that he was looking to attack Lyon, at least be a little bit more positive against Lyon. And very good shot there, dragged down a bit short by Lyon, and it sat up nicely and smacked away through point for 4. And this time Verona jumps back in his crease and just paddles this one out to mid-on for a single. So excellent work there by South Africa's wicket-keeper batsman. He's on 29 now, or 41, as he takes a single there. 110 for 5 is the score. And we'll get to the comments here in YouTube. Thanks for comments coming through. Janssen this time clips a fuller one off his leg stump for a single. And he gets off 15 at last. He's been on 15 for a while now. And it's 111 for 5, feet in the air if you're a South African supporter. I certainly need the exercise. Verona facing up to Lion, and this one goes through to the keeper. Nothing on that, so not even an appeal by Lion. As Ashwani Kumar Malhotra says, I'm listening to your on-the-dot commentary while sailing on the high seas. Really impressive. Thank you so much for that. Wife and Addison not playing. He's such a solid middle order bat, says Ashwani, as this one is defended by Verona, back down to the bowler and fielded by Lion on the onside, just on the onside of the wicket. 111 for 5 after 44 overs. And Lion conceding 12 now off his 5 overs, 6 of them in that last over. Yeah, so Rassie was dropped because he wasn't playing that well in the past few test matches. He's been struggling for form for a while in the longer format. And Tennis de Bruin got his chance today. So that's what I have to say about that. Jenna, your thoughts on Rassie here, as there's a bit of a break in play as Janssen gets some attention to his kit. Yep.
I really enjoy Rassie van der Dussen, but I do agree that he has been struggling for form. I think he's really great in the shorter format, but he just has really been struggling in red ball cricket. I think it's difficult as a batter when you keep playing and keep failing and not getting dropped. So this could be a good thing for him. He can just go back to the drawing board, see where things go from there, work hard out of the spotlight, and just come back stronger. I do think he is a classy, quality batter. So I hope to see him back in the lineup, but I do think he needs a little bit of time away from the cameras just to work on his own game, to find himself again, and come back stronger. So I don't think dropping him is a bad thing, and I think giving Tennis de Bruin a go up front is exciting.
Yeah, and Stark now continues after that little break we had there. No run to Janssen, who defends this to the onside. That's as you mentioned. How tough it must be. Or you said it's so tough when you don't get dropped and you don't score runs as a batter. Things just tend to go from bad to worse, So, I agree. It's good that Rassie gets to go and work on his game elsewhere. What a good drive here by Marco Janssen. A bit overpitched by Mitchell Stark. It won't have enough on it. It'll be hauled in before the boundary rope. But a nice two runs there from Marco Janssen, and 113 for 5 is the score now. Partnership up to 46 of 95 deliveries. Excellent 6-wicket partnership here by these two. Wonderful stuff.
Yeah, good shot.
Loving every minute that these two can bat together.
Yeah, me too.
Sorry, yes?
His hands went through that delivery really nicely. Unfortunately, because Mitchell Stark is coming left arm over the wicket to the right-hander, he's struggling to get his weight over the ball. So he's stepping straight down onto leg stump.
And that next delivery by Mitchell Stark cut Janssen in half, just on a good length, and almost finding the feathered edge of the bat as Janssen tried to defend that ball, just moving away enough across the right-hander to miss that outside edge. But that's the kind of delivery that could get anybody's wicket by Mitchell Stark. Wonderful stuff.
That was a really good ball, but I do think Marco Janssen is planting his front foot a little bit. He's definitely, as soon as he sees the ball coming a bit fuller, planting on something and not getting over the ball into it enough.
Oh, okay. Interesting. 113 for 5. Stark once again not happy with the surface there in his run-up. It's not on the wicket itself. It's actually just before the wicket where he jumps up to start his gather for his delivery. And we see a replay of the Bavuma dismissal that was almost what happened to Janssen just now. And the one that got Temba's wicket was a bit shorter, I think, in length. And Bavuma probably could have left it on length. If you have to be super critical there. Now there's a short square leg in, fine leg, or just a backward square leg, a bit further away from the bat, and Janssen defends this one down into the ground to gully, along with the 2 slips there behind the wicket. Janssen now 18 off 69. Wonderful test innings by him. Batting at number 8. And at number 7. And Verona 29 off 43. And only 2 runs in this Stark over so far. His 13th over, Mitchell Stark 2 for 35. And the score 113 for 5. Janssen facing Stark coming around the wicket left arm now. And it's a defensive drive to mid-on by Janssen, and it's a very good shot in the end. 4 runs and 6 runs off that Mitchell Stark over. That is wonderful to watch. And that should be the 50 partnership as well, I think. Let's check that out for you. Yep, exactly 50 runs with that 4 off 16.3 overs at 3.03 runs per over. Wonderful partnership by Carverina and Mark Janssen, getting South Africa to 117 for 5 after 45 overs, and now the score is starting to look more normal. But by South Africa standards, in the past few matches, this is absolutely critical for them just to get over that 200 again, which they haven't been able to do in the last 3 test matches in either innings, which is even more upsetting. Lion continues, and onto his back foot goes Carverina, but he gets this one to a catching mid-wicket, no run, straight to the fielder. They've now scored 50 runs off 100 deliveries, these 2.
Yeah, really interesting to see Nathan Lyon's game plan to Carverina here. We saw the first 2 balls when he came back for Lyon's 4th over. You can just go on ball by ball there.
This one outside off stump, and Verona tries to cut that, but it misses everything. And hands on heads by the Australians.
Yeah, so yes. Nathan Lyon bowled his first 2 balls to Carverina very full. The first ball was just defended off the front foot. The second one, he came down the track and got a single. And Marco Janssen faced 4 balls. This time he gets
another single down to backward square leg, does Verona, and Janssen is on strike.
Yeah, then Marco Janssen faced 4 balls. In the next over, Carverina came back, and Nathan Lyon bowled very short to Carverina, who just hung back on his back foot, playing off the back foot. And the whole over, he was bowled short to. And then coming back now, second ball of Nathan Lyon's 3rd over, Carverina tried to go on the back foot to a full ball. And that's where we saw hands on heads by the Australians. And just a wonderful plan, watching how Nathan Lyon was setting that up. Quite beautiful, actually.
Almost a catch there from Marnus Labuschagne at short square leg, with Janssen playing forward defensive and the inside edge just too low to the ground. And the next delivery is smoked by Marco Janssen. He dances down the wicket, gets to the pitch of the ball, and plays a beautiful on drive over mid-on for 4. And that's 122 for 5. The score now, Janssen up to 26 off 72, Verona 30 off 46 balls. And this is the second 50 partnership for South Africa in this series, which is also a burning indictment of the batters. And Janssen sweeps. Backward square leg 4. Great stuff here by Marco Janssen. 126 for 5. And 9 runs off that line over. Beautiful.
Yeah, wonderful over there by the South African batters. Carverina, a little bit of a hiccup on the second ball of the over, managing to get off strike, and Marco Janssen just having enough and really saying, well, my best defense here is offense. So he definitely made sure he took Nathan Lyon on, mixed up the length a little bit by double stepping for that one ball, that boundary that he got over long on. And then the next one, just going on the sweep, mixing up the lines and just not letting Nathan Lyon get into a rhythm.
Now, they showed a replay of that over there. That shot by Carverina, the cut shot that went into the ground and bounced over the wicket. So that's why there was some dismay there for the Australians. Pat Cummins is back into the attack. He's bowling his 12th over. He's conceded 20 runs for no wicket so far. And he goes to Carverina right from over the wicket, Patrick Cummins. And it comes to Verona, who drives this to the onside for a single. Did that ball swing through the air a little bit? Must be imagining things. It looked like it did. A bit of shape there for Cummins. That will be nice for Australia to see.
Yeah, we did see Carverina's bat just shifting in his hand, just going with the angle of the ball. So definitely some movement in the air by Pat Cummins. And he's already in his 12th over. No wickets for 21 runs. So he'll be hungry. He'll be looking for something. And the South African batters just need to be aware that this is a man on the hunt.
And he is able to get wickets. Shorter this time to Marco Janssen, who defends this one into the ground to square leg, short square leg rather, for no run. And let's see some more comments here. Vishal Gaunkar asking what score should be comfortable for Australia in this pitch. So I think he assumes, or I assume that he's talking about what Australia would feel is a good target. I think they'll be a little bit disappointed with 4 for 48 at lunch, going on to 127 for 5 now, working up to T. This one is defended by Marco Janssen down the leg side line, and they take a single. 128 for 5. Both batters now on 31. Verona on 31 of 47 and Janssen on 31 of 75.
Yeah, there was a little bit of a fumble from the field at a short 45 kind of position. A little bit backward.
Yeah, that allowed Janssen.
Yeah, the game came through.
Yeah, just Kawaja couldn't pick it up.
Yeah, there is somebody at a deep backward square that just came in and picked that one up.
Short ball by Pat Cummins, and it's beautifully pulled by Carverina, but straight to square leg on the boundary for a single. Good looking shot there by Kyle. 129 for 5.
Yeah, very good looking shot there by him, just getting inside the line of that and hands just going through the ball. Very impressive shot.
And Sadiq Sumro, thank you so much, Sadiq, for all your comments coming through. He says the Amlas, the Cullises, the ABs were all picked early on their potential. South Africa must get some new batters in early, like Herman and Van Buren. As Cummins continues now. Full outside off stump, driven straight to mid-off by Marco Janssen, no run. Mpo and Anis talked about this. Mpo and Tim talked about it in their podcast as well. The Full Quarter podcast on this YouTube channel, One World Sports Radio. And also Tony De Zorzi must be scratching his head thinking, what should I do to get into this team? But then Mpo also pointed out that he scored his runs, Tony De Zorzi, after the squad was announced. So this one is defended to the onside by Janssen for no run. And the score is after 47 overs. 129 for 5. And SA Cricket Talent saying, Jordan Herman fan club over here, yes. And Anis Muhammad also spotting the reverse that Cummins got there. Yes, Anis, we also spotted some movement through the air for Pat Cummins. So I know, Jenna, like me, you don't closely follow the men's first-class games. You've pointed that out before. We've just watched the test stuff. Lion is going to continue. He's conceded 21 off his 6 overs. So his figures were destroyed a little bit, or severely compromised by his previous over, conceding 9. Verona will face. Partnership is now 62. And Lion goes to Verona, who dances down the wicket, gets to the pitch, works it out to mid-on, just wide of mid-on, and they take a single, 130 for 5. He says, mind the sandpaper and the sugar packets. Good one. We won't let that go. We won't let them forget.
Hard not to.
Janssen facing Lion, and they've removed the leg slip for Marco Janssen, and the defensive shot goes to short square leg for no run.
Yeah, Janssen really has impressed me so far this innings. Looked really calm, taken on only when he wanted to. But we do know that he did go out to Nathan Lyon, trying to go for the big shot over mid-on in the first test, and getting caught at mid-wicket. So he will have that in the back of his mind, but definitely looking really confident against the spinner so far.
Yeah, that last one driven straight to the field, had extra cover. This one defended to the leg side. Mid-wicket picks it up, and there is no run. Yeah, this is good. Maybe our top order can have a look at this and ask themselves a few serious questions. Let the bowlers bowl to you. Don't let the bowlers settle in. Make sure that your wicket is taken by an excellent delivery, not ordinary one. Another defensive shot by Janssen for a dot. And there's one ball to go in the 48th. 130 for 5 is the score now. Lion into Janssen, defends this one down into the ground, no run.
Yeah, a much less exciting over than the previous Lion over. Just one coming from it. Nathan Lyon's figure 7 overs, 22 runs, no wickets. Score 130 for 5 after 48. Marco Janssen on 31 of 82 and Carverina on 33 of 49. A good partnership of 63 of 117 deliveries.
Absolute gold dust for South Africa. These two, the rest of the team owe them big time. So
yes, the big Simran says here, this partnership is worrying me as every ball, the pitch looks better and better. Yeah, I agree with that. So I think, Otto, it's a little bit tough to say the opening batters would be looking at these two and thinking, wow, if we could only be like them. But the pitch is definitely looking a lot different now than it did earlier on in the day. So that's definitely helping the South African batters now in this partnership. But it is worrying as a South African supporter, thinking, what is it going to look like tomorrow?
Yeah, Cummins into Verona, who works this one off his leg stump out to square leg for a single. Verona doing a good job of rotating the strike. He gets off strike almost every time he faces the first delivery of each over, so that's good. And Dan De Castro saying here that Elgar and De Bruyn gave away their wickets. The stand saving SA and showing that it was the wrong decision, he thinks, for Australia to bowl first. Cummins must be thinking about that now as he runs in to Marco Janssen, who swivels around, tries the pull shot, but just couldn't get hold of it properly, and it squirts out to mid-on for no run. Come now, Janssen, we've just been complimenting you about your shot selection, and now you do that. Got an under edge there of the pull shot there, and it could have gone anywhere, really.
And at
he
least
survives.
He got
That's
that on it
Janssen.
went down. So any shot that you don't go out on is a good shot.
Yeah, that's true. Cummins back of a length on off stump, better line this time, and Marco Janssen has to just defend this as it spits up into his bat for no run. 131 for 5. With 3 balls to go in the 49th over.
Yeah, just talking about Carverina getting off strike as soon as possible. It's exciting to see how much trust he has in Marco Janssen. Obviously, he's not. His main skill isn't batting, Marco Janssen. So you would assume Carverina would take most of the strike, but he's not doing that. He's trusting his partner, and he's allowing him to take charge at the crease.
And just coming back to what you said about the conditions, obviously you're 100% right. They were a lot different when our top order were trying to stay in. But geez, like if just one of them could have hung around until now, it would have been so much better. But once again, South Africa fighting from a tough position. And again, Marco Janssen brings out the pull shot to a shortish delivery back of a length outside off stump. And he gets a toe end of the bat this time, and it just goes down into the ground, luckily, once again for him. And goes to gully for no run. Pat Cummins with a big smile. He knows that Janssen was not in control of that at all.
Yeah, just too early, getting too excited. He sees the short ball. Almost, we say sometimes you close your eyes and you have a big swing, and that's kind of looking what Janssen is doing now. He just needs to make sure he keeps his head still, stays in line, watches the ball all the way through, and I think then he's in the game.
And this one he wears as Pat Cummins back of a length, and it strikes him somewhere on his lower part of his upper body, and that's the end of Pat Cummins' 13th over. There was no run after that Carverina single on the first ball. It hit him on the arm, hit him on his right arm, the trailing arm, the bottom hand of the bat for the right-hander, and on the forearm, and went out to the onside, or the offside rather, for no run.
Yeah, not a fun place.
He's going to feel that
at all. Yeah.
No, not at all. Oh, almost took his elbow. Just in front of the elbow on that right arm, on that bottom arm. Yeah, they're just going to feel that.
Yeah, very aggressive over there. Very aggressive over there. Cummings choosing to go cross seam and just to hit into the pitch.
Yes, well spotted there. We did see that he gripped the ball cross seam. Cummins' line continues now. Defensive shot by Carverina down the leg side as he strays a bit in his line, does Lion. And this time Verona works it down to find leg for a single. Square leg on the boundary, runs around to collect. And looks like they're moving that, or that field is running back to, sort of a square leg just in front of square, mid-wicket catching. Fine leg closer. What would be almost in the circle for one days. Long on the boundary. Leg slip is back for Lion. Square leg and slip as well. As he comes now right arm around the wicket to the right-handed Marco Janssen, who sweeps this one to fine leg. And they just get a single. 133 for 5 now after 49.3 overs. So far so good for these two after the drinks break. And just the 1 wicket in the session so far for Australia. Verona facing Nathan Lyon. Steps across his off stump and just bunts this down into the ground to square leg for a single. And he moves on to 36. Janssen on 32. 134 for 5.
Yeah, lots of field changes here between the batters. They're looking to be a lot more attacking in field placing against Janssen. There's definitely a plan against him. Yeah,
and he works this one to backward square leg as short square leg dives to his right. Marnus Lapskachny tries to catch that ball. Not sure how far it was from him actually. 4 runs off the over 4 Lions so far. He's bowling his 8th over. He's conceded 26 runs, no wicket yet. Round the wicket to Verona, reverse sweep comes out with Carverina sending that to point. Not enough on it to reach the boundary as third man runs around to collect that, and they come through for the 3rd run. And that means that Verona retains the strike, and that's 7 runs off that over, excuse me. So
good over there from the South Africans, rotating the strike, not letting the attacking field set get to them. Just keep on playing nice, positive cricket, looking to get off strike. Something that I always think of when I'm batting is the safest place to be is on the non-strikers end. So just making sure that they're still in, getting to the non-strikers, rotating the strike, keeping their eye in, and just working the ball around.
Partnership now 71 runs off 21.3 overs at a run rate of 3.3. So this is wonderful stuff here for South Africa's 6-wicket partnership. And Dan De Castro saying this test has turned upside down. And he's also concerned about your dog, Jenna. But I'm sure your dog's fine. You don't have to worry about her dog, Dan. She doesn't look like the kind of person who would mistreat an animal. This test has turned upside down. Not yet. I think Australia's still in control. But South Africa definitely fighting back. As this time Verona pulls Pat Cummins down to backward square leg for a single, and he goes on to 40, does Mr. Kyle Verona. See a replay here of Janssen facing Cummins in the previous over, which was not convincing at all.
Once again, Carverina just getting struck and making Janssen take the brunt of this fast bowling attack.
Yes. Now he's leaving it up to Marco, who's not doing too badly. Some changes in the field now. Square leg is on the boundary, backward square leg and short square leg are there. Closer to the bat. As Janssen faces Cummins, defends this one more convincingly into the ground. And there's no run. So this is the start of the 51st over. Thank you very much, everybody, for listening. Thank you for your support. We do appreciate it. Please like our video and share it with your friends who you know might not be close to a television. This time is short outside leg stump. And was that a leave by Janssen? Could we say that was a leave? It looked like he tried to play that, but went through to the keeper for no run. Didn't touch anything.
He did drop his hands at the last minute, so I'd definitely say a well executed.
A leave. Yeah. Good leave. Okay, good. Nice. We'll give him that. That was a good leave by Marco Janssen. He's faced 91 balls and scored 33. The run rate now for South Africa up to 2.7. 2.75 to be exact. And more changes in the field. One slip, a gully now for Janssen facing Cummins, and third man back on the boundary. I think he moved the slip away there to third man. Defended into the ground and to the left of gully. It's going to squirt down to fine of the third man fielder who just went back there. 4 runs for Marco Janssen. He's on 37 now of 92. Run rate jumps up to 2.8.
Yeah, had that slip been there, it would have fallen short of the slip, I think, because he played with softish hands, but definitely could have prevented some runs.
I'm not so sure because that went past gully.
Yeah, it was wider.
No, maybe. Yeah. But yeah, it went through that area where the second slip was moments ago. And is that a drop catch? Marco Janssen plays another pull shot. This time he gets bat on it. And Usman Khawaja looks very disappointed. I think he dropped that at standing at backward square leg. We'll see a replay now. Marco Janssen Yeah, that was the man standing at fine leg, which would be inside the circle, into the hands and out onto the grass goes the ball. Usman Khawaja dropped Marco Janssen on 39, I think. 38,
Yeah.
sorry, no, on 37. He was dropped on 37, so mark that. 144 for 5.
Yeah, that would have been a wonderful catch, just diving towards his left. But I think as his knees made contact with the ground, just popping out of the hand, hitting the base of the hands. Yeah, tough one to swallow there.
Yeah, that's the end of the 51st over. Patrick Cummins has got 30 runs conceded, no wickets, or 14 overs, and that is T. So very nicely done here by Verona and Janssen. And second session goes to South Africa. At last, we've won a session in a test match for the first time in I don't remember how long. And Carverina looking very excited, looking pumped, and definitely congratulating Marco Janssen there for surviving. So we're going to take a short break, and we'll be back after tea. Any thoughts, Jenna, from your side?
Yeah, I think very often we see after a break in play, there is a little bit of a wobble, especially from the batter's side. And we saw that just before tea now with a drop catch by Usman Khawaja and Marco Janssen nearly getting caught there just behind square. So I think they need to just make sure when they come back after tea, they restart, take a deep breath, stay calm, and just be as conscious of and aware of what's going on as much as possible. But I do think they need to just piggyback on it and make sure they keep going with the flow and keep playing good, calm, confident cricket.
Yes, couldn't agree more. And thank you so much, everybody. We will be back in about 10-15 minutes.
Cool. Thank you, Atom.
Hello, everybody. We are back after tea, and as soon as Ken is ready, he's going to join me. Just give me a signal, Ken, when you are all ready to go. Having a look at the scorecard so far for South Africa, they went into tea at 144 for 5, lost only 1 wicket during that session, which was excellent work by Carverina and Marco Janssen. Only Kaya Lezondo being caught by Marnus Labuschagne. Excellent catch off the bowling of Mitchell Starc for 5 of 19. Carverina is there on 40 of 56 and Marco Janssen on 38 of 93 balls. So he's doing an excellent job. Just waiting for the players to get back onto the field after tea. And Ken says he's ready to go. Morning, Ken. Let me just edit this one here so that we look like we're paying attention to what's going on. There we go. There we go. All right. So, Mr. Borland, what is your thoughts? What are some of your thoughts for the day so far? Can I unmute you?
It's been a really disappointing day. Apart from maybe the first hour and the last hour that we've seen, credit to Marco Janssen and Carl Verona, who did very well to take South Africa through to tea at 144 for 5. They started well enough. They were looking solid on 56 for 1. And then just a couple of moments of madness, really. Tunis de Bruyn stroke, Ginelga's run out, closely followed by Themba Bavuma getting out the next ball, and suddenly back in crisis. And, just those little moments of madness by the Proteas, once well set, really, having done the hard work on, I think Janssen and Verona have shown that it's a pitch on which there are a lot of runs available to be scored. It's certainly not 144 for 5. But...
No, definitely not. Maybe for 2. That would have been acceptable. But yeah, as one of our listeners pointed out, Sadiq Sumru pointed out that this is not a good sign for South Africa because they're going to have to bowl Australia out on this wicket, and that doesn't look like it's going to be very, very easy. It would have been nice if one of our top order was still there. But as things stand right now, Australia, I would say, are still in control. And I see Anis has joined you, Ken. So I'm going to take a break, and you two please carry us through to close of play without losing any more wickets.
Hello, morning Anis, yeah. We were just chatting about how disappointing the South African batting has been once again. Just your views there from the fairest Eastern Cape.
Yeah, the top order just didn't stick around, did they? I think Carl and Marco Janssen are showing that since the weather conditions are so hard, the bowling lineup will fade eventually, and then you can get on top of them. It's just that you just have to stick in there and dig your heels in, and like Otto was saying, if the batters are going to fall, they need to put a prize on their wicket. So it needs to be an absolute blinder or a jaffer, a blinding catch, or an absolute jaffer of a ball that gets them. Just a couple of loose shots and the criminal run out from Dean Alga. Themba got a good ball. Themba Bavuma got a good ball, and Sarl Irvia as well. But he just ended up chasing it. It's something that he could have left, but should have, would have, could have. In hindsight, we can make all the comments we want. But just need to tighten up a couple of things, bat and try to bat long. Interesting thing, we noticed a hint of reverse from Mitchell Starc. So that is a worrying sign for the Proteas. But the pitch has flattened out nicely. It seems easier to batting seems a bit easier now, but that also comes with being there for a very prolonged amount of time. You look at Marco Janssen being in for nearly 100 balls. Carverina's been in for 56. That also tells you that Carverina has given Marco Janssen a heck of a lot of the strike.
Yeah, that has been interesting that the so-called junior partner has taken up most of the strike. Maybe he got a little stuck at his end, but he's done a really good job. So, the South African batsmen may be struggling to harmonise that desire to shift up a gear once they've got themselves in, with the necessity of not doing something stupid, with the necessity of staying in and capitalising on good starts. Alga, Ervia, De Bruyne, to a lesser extent, Paya Zondo had all done the hard work, had all got themselves in when they got out. It's going to be Nathan Lyon who is going to resume the attack for Australia. The off spinner, he's got a short leg, a leg slip, and a slip in place. And he'll be bowling to Marco Janssen, who's on 38 not out, 144 for 5. South Africa, the first ball off tee, he has a line around the wicket at Marco Janssen. Unfurls a powerful sweep shot, which goes for 4.
It came off, but my relationship with that shot, it's still not a good one. But
I suppose it was a free hit. It pitched on around leg stump and turning away. So it was a free hit for Marco Janssen, and he put it away beautifully. What a great start to the final session for him. So as Lyon in again, this one's a little bit straighter, and Janssen suckles back and just defends into the pitch. No run.
You think that the South African batters will be targeting Nathan Lyon?
All this talk about targeting, it's not really necessary in a test match at the moment. So it's down the leg side from Nathan Lyon. Just bat normally. Just get yourself in. And, I think targeting is kind of what got Tunis De Bruyne into trouble. He seemed to want to target Cam Green and got out.
Yeah.
As Ryan will come in again to Janssen, and he shuffles down the pitch, doesn't get to the pitch of the ball, and then skews the ball away towards mid-on, but it's safe. But got himself into a little bit of trouble there. That pad. Line again, takes a few steps before his proper run up, pitching on off and turning, and Janssen defends well. No run.
They had a very touching tribute to Shane Warne during the tea break. As this one's just defended to the leg side. But they did bring up a funny thing, and it made me think of a question that I want to ask the team and everyone on Twitter. Who's had the best miracle hair regrowth between Shane Warne and Jacques Ellis? Because there was a stage.
I think Ellis might have looked a little bit more natural.
Yeah,
sure.
but
I've never studied either of their heads closely enough to really give an informed opinion here.
Because, wow, it's like the floppiness of Shane Warne's hair. And then you think of what Jacques Ellis looked like at the end of his career compared to the middle of his career.
Yeah. Quite remarkable, really. Scotty Boland is going to pick up the attack after tea for Australia from the other end. And this partnership was 81 between Janssen and Verona, much needed by the Proteas. They were in desperate trouble on 67 for 5 when they came together. 2 sips for Boland. So he comes right on over the wicket to Verona on 40. Back of the leg, hanging in. Verona works it nicely away on the leg side. They thinking of a second now, get it very comfortably as Mitchell Stark fields on the boundary. So good start for Verona after tea as well.
That brings up the South African 150 for 5. This would be.
Verona has.
Sorry.
Carry on, Nick.
Yeah, this would be the 4th highest first innings total in 3 tests. 150.
That's a bit sad. Right in, pulls his length back a bit. The sun off stump comes around, just defends it back to the bowler. Boland going a little bit wider there. I think the Australians have realised how good Carverina is at working anything reasonably straight away on the leg side for runs between the wickets as well, and gone to a very good 42 or 58 balls. One South African batsman who's having a good series with the bat following his half century in Brisbane. Boland in again to Verona, beats him outside the off stump. The Australians go up for a caught behind appeal, but umpire Kettleburrow is not interested.
They're going up. Oh my!
I mean, yeah, they look very keen. They have referred it.
Dan De Castro on YouTube says, so this next session could decide this test. Seems early to say that, but ... fill the obvious blanks. He then says bye to Jenna, and he said, beauty of cricket, middle order can save top order mistakes. As we look now, the DRS. Oh, there's light between bat and ball.
It certainly does seem to have bounced and gone past the edge, but I'm pretty sure Snicko will have to give us more. There's no hot spots on the bat, so that's a positive sign for Carverina. Here's Snicker. No, it's all clear. The Australians must have heard a noise. I wonder what that was.
It could be. Remember the last test, as the ball was passing the stumps, it kept making a sound as if it sounded like there was a snake. So it could be audio, something there. But I don't know why they would pick that up on the field.
The proverbial squeaky bat handle, maybe.
Yeah.
Verona survives on 42. Not Boland, the bowler was never that keen, in fact, on the appeal. But then he comes again now, straighter again, and Verona just pushes this to mid-on this time, no run.
Yeah, Boland didn't look that convinced himself. It was more from behind the wicket, trying to make something happen. Just the hands up in the air, Mr. Umpire. How was that? Okay.
Very polite little request from the bowler, but attracting delivery, we must say. It's angled in on the arm and then nipped and seemed to gather speed off the pitch, bounced a bit. Really good delivery for Boland. Here he comes again to Verona. Outside or something, Verona, shoulders off.
At the lengths the Aussies are bowling is very. It's a lot shorter than it was during the first session. So I wonder if it's because the ball's a bit older that they're just pulling their lengths back. But with the softer ball, they should be getting tennis ball bounce now on this wicket.
There's been a good bounce today. It must be said. It seems a very good wicket. Fitting in for the bowlers, but not bad for batting. As Boland is in again. And again, outside off stump, and Verona declines to play. And that's the end of the second over after tea. South Africa 150 for 5.
I think that on this wicket, you have to take advantage of the new ball if you're the bowling side, as we've seen things just flatten out after 30 overs. So that new ball needs to be taken advantage of, and I'm just hoping that the South Africans, when they come up to bowl, don't miss that trick, because otherwise they're going to be toiling very, very hard with this very powerful Australian top order.
And also, since the temperature on the second day is expected to reach 40 degrees, it might be tomorrow. So, ideally, South Africa would have wanted to be batting tomorrow, but it's going to take a hell of an effort for that to happen. Nathan Lyon is into Marco Janssen, pull out subtle stump, and Janssen drives, got straight to middle, no run.
Yeah, you're not going to want to be bowling in 40 degrees. Oh, I think Keshav Maharaj is going to have a lot of work to do tomorrow if the Proteas are bowling.
Good line and length from Lyon, and Janssen just defends this to mid-on, no run. Lyon starts to kind of almost like a medium pacer and then stops and then restarts a more traditional spinner's run-up, and Janssen was on the sweep again. Didn't quite get all of it, but they'll get a single down to 5 legs. Janssen goes to 43 not out, and a total 151 for 5.
For batters who depend a lot on footwork, that status step that Lyon does can put someone off their timing. So it is interesting. Yep, that he does it again.
He's just back to over the wicket now for Carverina, short leg slip and a leg slip in place, full outside or something. Verona will just leave it alone. That was a centre from Nathan Lyon trying to get Verona to drive, but he was not going to fall for that one.
I've also always wondered why the portrayal of fast bowlers is big, aggressive, like meatheads, right? But spinners are like wily and cunning. I've never really understood that.
As Verona just stepped across your stump and tries to work the throw on the leg side, but leg slip will field. And the next 4 Verona punches to mid-wicket also no run. Yes, it's a good question. I mean, I think this is obviously the Shane Warne Memorial Test match, and I guess if ever someone almost had an attitude over fast bowlers, it was Shane Warne, but he was obviously particularly cunning as well. And there've been some very cunning pace bowlers as well. You know, I mean, you think of a Vernon Philander, a Dale Steyn, a Sir Richard Hadley, a Glenn McGrath, Malcolm Marshall. Yes, indeed. It's one of those tropes, isn't it?
Yeah, it's always like big. No offense to fast bowlers out there, but it's always portrayed that fast bowlers are a bit thick. But I've always wondered how that stereotype started.
Stereotype, very, very interesting things, yeah. As Scott Boland is continuing right on over to Marco Janssen, the back pad, again with loops over the man at short leg. No real danger of him ever being caught there, but not a very convincing stroke by Marco Janssen.
That ball was seam up. Grip was.
I'm not sure there was.
He's holding it seam up. And you look at his wrist position just after this ball.
Yeah, I think there was no bat on the previous delivery as Boland in again to Janssen short-ish, and Janssen just defends from the crease, no run.
Boland is a perfect example of a seam bowler because he's holding he was holding the ball seam straight up, wasn't angled towards slip or leg slip to get a swing. He was hoping that the seam would do most of the work, and that's probably the difference between him and say Pat Cummins as Boland comes in again.
So Boland with 2 slips and a gully and a short leg in place to Janssen, who again is defending nicely on middle and off, no run. Yeah, one of the more interesting developments, I think, of modern days. I know growing up and when I played, people always talk about wrist position and seam up, trying to hit the seam as much as possible. But scrambled seam deliveries have really come into their own now. And indeed, you saw, was it Mr. Stark, I think, who got Timber Bavuma after the scrambled seam delivery of Janssen just worked this one down to final for a single.
But that's the thing. A coaching manual from 10 years ago can be chucked out because everything that we've learned, we're told to be true, isn't anymore. Like, if you want the ball to move off the deck, seam needs to be up in the direction, the determined swing. So now it's scrambled seam, do whatever you want. And I don't like it's gotten. It's been hard for me to get used to because now how do you tell the youngsters what to do?
Bowling now, bowling to Verona. That's good length. Just stopped that off time. Verona defends well though. No run.
Yeah, keep a strong wrist behind the ball at release, and give it a flick forward if your pace bowler to just generate a little bit more pace and just ensure that the seam comes out right. Now it's scrambled seam. It doesn't matter. Like, okay, then what happened?
and I guess the scrambled seam came about to guys wanting to get more variety into their bowling for limited overs. And it's moved across the set. Cricketer's bowling is just a little bit wider outside off stump this time and Verane's shoulders on.
But the scrambled seam could also be due to they're not allowed to during the COVID period, not being allowed to use saliva on the ball anymore. So that could also affect it while fighting the ball.
I think it predated COVID, to be honest with you. These sort of scrambled teams. I mean, I recall Dale Stagg using scrambled team deliveries as well. As I think we're having it's 3:50 p.m. In Melbourne, and there's a standing ovation and a waving of coffee hats for the late great Shane Warne. What a wonderful moment as the Gabba rises. So obviously momentarily suspended for the time being. There's quite a few people raising their beers. So Shane Warne would appreciate that. But a wonderful tribute to the great leg spinner and the hero of the G, as the Australians call it.
If you were Australian, Shane Warne's a hero. If you were not Australian, he was the biggest villain on the planet.
I don't know. I mean, he was what they call a larrikin. But he always played it hard but fair. I mean, I can't think of any. He gave one send-off to Andrew Hudson. Which,
yes, I was just about to say that, yeah.
But over the top, which he did apologise for, which he regretted in later life. These things happen in the heat of battle. But I think a much-loved figure off the field, Shane Warne, as much as he was respected and feared.
Friends with the majority of the South African team of that era. Him and Jonty Rhodes were best mates, for example.
As
not him and Darren Cullinan, though.
The Australian spinner with the second most wickets in Test cricket to Warne. And pull up Janssen sweeps the game. But they've got a man down at deep square leg. So he'll just get a single. He goes to 45 and the total 153 for 5. Partnership now with 86.
I think Shane Warne had such an effect on Darryl Cullinan just after this ball from Nathan Lyon.
Lyon, in fact, he's taken away, the leg slip has gone to a 45 for Verona, and Verona just defends from the crease to mid-on, no run.
The series before, again, well, he's rushing through overs.
as the spinner does. Gets the overhead up. This is outside or some Verona cuts nicely. He's been good on that shot all day. And a deep back the point will do the fielding. A single. Verona goes to 43.
Where a situation was arising where Darryl Cullinan was scoring big runs against other teams, and then the next series would be against Australia, and it'd have to be dropped. And that was very interesting. It's like, okay, we're playing against Shane Warne, you're going to have to sit the series out, and that's the total effect that Shane Warne had on certain players.
It did actually get that bad. That's right. It really did. I'm just getting Cullinan's career stats up, so we can have a look at what a quality player he was. As this is full from line, looking forward. It's an hit, but he played with good soft hands in this innings, and it just goes to ground very quickly. Janssen, this is a bit shorter. Janssen goes back. Tries to push it towards, but comes off the side there. That's Janssen. No run. So Darryl Cullinan finished with a test average of 44.21 in his 70 test, which is extremely good. Nice in line. And again, Fuller. And Janssen just comes forward and defends. No run. But his average against Australia in 7 tests was just 12.75 with a high score of 47. Everything else is good. England 49, India 52, New Zealand 68, Sri Lanka 53, West Indies 40. Zimbabwe, funnily enough, he only averaged 12 in 3 innings against them, and then Pakistan was also a team he struggled against, averaging 19 in 5 tests.
Because
it's going to be.
I think that the question was always, after him struggling in Shane Warne, was that he can't play spin, but he averages 53 in India and 41 in Sri Lanka, so he obviously could play spin.
This is outside of some from Poland, and Verona has managed to beat the cover field, and they'll come through for 2 runs. So Verona goes to 45 and a total 156 or 5. Yeah, I mean, Cullinan was a perfectly good player of spin. He just couldn't play Shane Warne.
I'd love to know who got him against 5 tests, 7 innings against Pakistan. I'd love to know who's the one that got him.
Well, we can find that out. It takes a little while. As Scott Boland is in again to Verona. Angle and Verona works this behind square on the leg side again. And he'll get a single, goes to 46, total 157 for 5. In the first test against Pakistan, he was caught behind, for a duck off Akif Javed.
And that's a quick.
And he was not out 69 in the second inning. That's not a bad test match. That's the Wanderers in January 1995. And then in Pakistan in 1997.
Yes. Second test.
Scott Boland is just waiting for Marco Janssen to get ready at the batter's end. He's ready now. So just 1 slip now, and someone is basically in a 4th slip. And this is outside or something. Janssen defends solidly. No run. That's fourth slip was actually quite close to the bat as well. A very interesting field setting by the Australians. Short leg still in place. Janssen does tend to like to lunge onto that front foot, which means there's a possibility of him giving a back pad catch if he gets the inside edge. Roland in again to Janssen, back of a length, angling in, and Janssen just defends it to go to mid-on, no run.
Yeah, so most of the time they're coming had trouble against the Pakistani quicks.
Well, they did have a very, very good quick attack. Fast bowling attack in the 90s.
Whoa.
As Scott Boland comes in again to Janssen on 45, which is angling down the leg side. Janssen can't get back to it off the side pad, and he keeps it carrying quickly across to do the fielding. No run.
That's also something that really surprised me. If you look at the statistic with that Pakistani, those fast bowlers, how they didn't do better in Australian and English conditions.
I think their batting kind of let them down fairly often. As bowling short and lifting nasty delivery, which Marco Janssen fends off down to fine leg. He'll get a single, takes him to 46.
Carverina had a bit of a slip there, speed wobble. A low speed wobble. He was trotting through it. It looked like his that got caught.
Good change of tactic there by Boland, just flipping the short ball. Seems to take Janssen a little bit by surprise with the short leg in play. But he did well to get it to ground quickly. Here's Boland in again to Verona, who's on the pull this time. Misses. And off the pad, and it goes behind the wicket to end the over on 159 for 5.
Trying to get to 50 with one shot.
Yeah, I think Boland is that such a nagging length that you kind of hoping that you can pull. Because it is that shortish length, but it's probably a bit too full to pull.
And let him tip a Bavuma.
Difficult bowler to get away. But Boland, 13 overs, 1 for 31 for the Victorian, playing on his home ground. And he's obviously a big hero at the MCG as well.
Yeah.
He's received a lot of applause, and there's various photos of him in the crowd. And, yeah, the crowd obviously love him.
Ken, are you going to be going to any of the SAT 20 games?
Certainly locally in Johannesburg.
Yeah. So far, I'm for 2.
Nathan Lyon is in to Janssen. This one goes straight on with the arm outside of stump. Janssen defending and beaten past the outside edge.
Yeah, so far I'm definitely penciled in for 2.
Very good.
Well,
as Lyon is in again, this is straighter, fuller. Janssen just defends back to the bowler, no run. Yeah, they say 20 starting in 3 weeks, I think it is.
Yep.
Nathan Lyon in again to Janssen again, tossing it up. Janssen forward, comes off the inside edge. And in front of short leg, field, no run.
2 days, it starts 2 days after, I think it's 2 days after the final test versus Australia.
As Lyon in again to Janssen down the pitch, lost this. And a great effort by long on diving. Mr. Stark is apologising I'm not sure whether that's for not taking the catch or for trying to go for the catch and thereby letting the ball go for a boundary. But it allows Marco Janssen to go to his maiden Test 50. So a wonderful landmark for the young man at the MCG.
Oh.
I think Stark may be apologising for setting off a little bit late on that one. He had to dive at the end of it and just brushed his fingertip as he dived at long on. Janssen dropped twice now. The first time on 37 just before tea. And now again.
Oh, started a bit of bother.
Yeah, he's going off the field. That could be I hope he didn't fall awkwardly on his shoulder or anything, but seems to be walking okay. Line into Janssen, but Janssen goes back and defends. No run.
He got up and his arms seemed to just be like hanging on the one side.
Yes, it did look a bit strange, didn't it? Yeah. As line in the game to Janssen. Lifting short leg in place. This is turning in. Janssen manages to get it fine, down to fine leg, who has been brought up into the ring at 145. So that's going to be another boundary for Marco Janssen.
Nice.
54 for Janssen, 167 for 5. South Africa after 58 overs.
Very well played from Marco Janssen. Batting long, batting for time, showing that just the pure tenacity. Also being dropped twice helps. But
there's a bit of karma here because I was listening when Janssen came in, and within about 5 minutes of him batting, Mark Waugh was ripping his technique to shreds and said, "Oh, he's going to be very fortunate to even bat through the session."
Yeah.
So, there we go, Mark Waugh.
And Mark Waugh's a commentary.
on 50 not out. I hope I haven't jinxed it now.
Yeah,
but
please.
he has got it really well. As Poland is into Verona, who tries confidently off the front foot, but straight to middle. No run.
Marco Janssen also has quite a few balls that's in his memory bank. Let's not forget that he can bowl as more at a rate of knots. It's going to be interesting to see what happens if he gets to bowl at the Aussie tail. Someone's going to get going to get one in the chest.
He'll have a big job to do. The 100 partnership has also come up between Verona and Janssen. Got 179 deliveries. Poland, this is angled down leg. Verona misses the glance, no run. But I think Janssen will enjoy the bounce on this MCG pitch. He's at contend with a few steeply rising deliveries.
You can see in his eyes, he's remembering all of this. Maybe.
Yeah, he's got a bit of a street fighter attitude about him. You feel like the feet. We've seen it before. Poland into Verona, who just defends through middle, no run.
Yeah, I think we saw it. We saw it against New Zealand, especially when Wagner decided that he was going to have a go at him, and we saw it against India. And that's the Marco Janssen that we want to see. Get him angry. Get him be a bully. Do what he needs to do.
He's up for the battle, isn't he? He's definitely not scared of the contest. Marco Janssen and doing the job with the bat. Poland into Verona. A good delivery, just angling into middle and off, and Verona pushes watchfully to mid-on, no run.
That was my one worry when he first came into the side and he's bowling, and it looks like this. His action is so effortless. It looks like he's putting no effort. He's just taking it easy, but he's bowling at 1 foot. It's like okay, okay.
It's a wonderfully smooth action, and hopefully that means that he can stay largely injury free. As bowling into Verona outside off stump left alone.
He looks like I remember I was on commentary with Bendulo, and we're talking about him running in like the West Indian fast bowler from the 80s, like a Michael Holding whispering death, just quietly doing his thing. But he's up for the battle with bat and ball, and it's very good to see establishing himself here in this batting lineup.
Yeah, I still think long term his future is going to be at number 8. As Poland, this time he goes full Yorker leg almost, and Verona has worked it away, beats the dive at mid wicket. They've run 2, and they're going to come back for the third. Comfortably enough.
And that's the last ball of the over.
So Verona's on 49 now. South Africa 170 for 5.
When we're talking about him batting number 8, do you feel that the pundits' expectations, our expectations on Wiaan Mulder basically got him out of the team? So much expectation was put on him. That guy's the next Cullis and everything like that. And he just didn't deliver with the bat to ball. Was there so much, and he was very young when he came into the team. Was there too much pressure on him, perhaps, or too much expectation?
Yeah, I'm a big Wiaan Mulder fan. I mean, I think he's a hell of a talented all-rounder. He hasn't delivered enough with the bat. I think in his defence, though, he would tend to play. I mean, I'm not sure if he's ever played more than 2 tests in a row. He played 11 tests and was averaging 14.31 with the bat. Clearly South African needs more, as Nathan Lyon first this one up to Verona, who goes back to play it and gets a bit of an outside edge, but safe to ground. So he needs, I think any all-rounder, any player needs a run of game in the team. And Mulder was a bit in and out, made it difficult for him to settle. His line tosses this one up, Verona comes down the pitch to meet it and drives nicely down to long on for a single, and that'll be his 50. Verona has taken 80 balls to get there. Great effort by the wicketkeeper batsman. It's his second test 50 to go with that 100 he scored in New Zealand, and those 50s have come in back-to-back matches, Brisbane and Melbourne.
Good start from Carverina, but he's got both these guys have a lot of work to do. As Nathan Lyon comes in, it's driven very well by Marco Janssen, and this will run away for 4. Oh, fantastic! Marco Janssen coming out of his shell, just moving the run rate along perfectly for South Africa. It's now 175 for 5.
Beautifully timed, goodness, you spoke about how smooth his bowling action was, but that was a shot. That was just a little caress through the coverage. Fantastic shot, Marco Janssen.
Lyon in again, outside off, turns in quite a bit, and defended well by Marco Janssen to the straight down the ground, where it's cleaned up by Labuschagne, and there is no run. Good. Oh, Lyon in again past the umpire. This one looped up again outside off, getting a bit of turn. Marco Janssen bants it straight back to the bowler for no run. 1 ball to come in the 60th over. 175 for 5, and comes in now. Loops this one outside off, driven well again, but straight to the fielder, and there is no run. But when Wiaan Mulder was playing, he wasn't bowled that much either.
Yeah, I guess pitches were very bowler friendly for most of his test matches. So he wasn't really required that much.
But when he did, he made an impact. I remember, was it the game in PE against Bangladesh? He was swinging at hoops.
Look, he's a very useful bowler who can definitely do a job.
Yeah.
18 wickets in his 11 tests at an average of 26. Economy rate just under 3. So, I think there weren't enough runs from him. That was the issue. And I think it's especially difficult for a batsman to perform at test level without getting a decent run of game in a row.
It seemed like it was always a choice between. They were playing a situation where it was always between him and Keshav Maharaj for some reason, and I think that's also unfair on him. Both of them, actually.
Yeah, it shouldn't be. It shouldn't be that comparison. As Cameron Green has joined the attack and his first ball is wide outside off stump, left alone. Yeah, I mean, to me, you pretty much always need to have a spinner playing in your team. So I guess the question is whether you're going with 7 specialist batsmen or an all-rounder like Bjorn Mulder. I'm always wary of just having 4 bowlers. To me, he's competing with the extra batsman off the outside edge of Verona's bat and the wide slip dive to stop any runs.
Would you prefer an out-and-out batter, or I'm in the camp of having 2 all-rounders.
Oh, well, to me, every top side, the only side that I can think of, the only top side in world cricket who didn't have a really quality all-rounder was the West Indies team of the 70s and 80s. It's Green, good line of length, and Verona just defends. But then, they had 4 of the best fast bowlers in the world, so they didn't even really need a spinner. Well, I mean, they played 4 at a time, They didn't need a spinner, they didn't need an all-rounder. But every other team, an all-rounder just balances the team perfectly. So ideally, you'd want 6 batsmen, an all-rounder at 7, and 4 bowlers. As Verona drives nicely, the fuller delivery straight up from Green, but he can't beat mid-on, no runs.
Also, it also helped the balance of the team, where now your specialist keeper can bat a lot better than the specialist keepers of previous generations.
Yeah, your keeper these days has to be a proper batsman.
Yeah.
That's another thing that's changed. As Green, back in the length, outside of some Verona, confident comes forward, punches into the covers, but no run.
Because ideally, what the South African, if Keshav Maharaj could develop his batting, they have an all-round spinner, all-rounder that's a spinner, and all-rounder that's a quick. So that's your problem solved there. That's your batting problem.
That was the one school of thought, as Green is outside or something left alone now. That they kind of said that between Janssen, Maharaj, and Rabada at 7, 8, 9, you kind of have another all-rounder, but it hasn't really worked out.
Yeah.
I just think when a batting lineup's really struggling, like the South African one is, you've got to play the extra batsman.
Yeah.
And imagine how strong the batting lineup would be. Janssen was coming in 8, Maharaj 9, Rabada 10. That then becomes a properly threatening lower order tail. Especially if they have a good platform in front of them.
Yeah, you go back to the days when South Africa, when the South African team used to be able to bat all the way to 9.
Or even to 10 sometimes. I mean, Nicky Boyer used to come in number 10. A guy with several first-class centuries. As Nathan Lyon is conceding 13 overs for 49, and Janssen just dead bats this in front of him on the pitch, no run.
And very often South Africa was successful with not anyone scoring 100, but everyone chipping in and contributing and getting over 300 somehow.
Yeah. As a Lion with a short leg and a split pulls his length back a bit, Janssen punches off the back foot. But goes to extra cover, no run.
Everyone in the batting lineup contributes 30, 40, maybe a 20 here and then. Next thing you know, you're at 300 and you're in the game.
Well, 300 would be quite an improvement on what the Proteas are managing. Quicker from Nathan Lyon. Janssen comfortably deals with, defends on the leg side, no run.
South Africa haven't passed 300 in a very long time, or not often in the past couple of years.
Yeah. I think it might have been the game that maybe the first test against England at Lords as Janssen punches this into the covers, no run. It does seem to be quite a bit of concern about Mr. Stark, who's still off the field. Some talk about a dislocated finger.
Okay.
Quicker again from Lyon, and Janssen goes back and defends, no run.
Oh, that's as Stark took that dive of this ball. Well defended.
Lyon is a leg flip back in place now. Well flighted, Janssen stretches forward and defends. No run. So that's made it over for Nathan Lyon. 175 for 5.
After that dive, Mitchell Stark was checking out his finger. So yeah, could be it was look dislocated, I guess. But I think that Mitchell Stark is left arm quick, yes?
Yeah.
Yeah, that looked okay. Then it was on his left hand, so it could be his bowling hand that's the problem. And if Australia down a bowler in this heat, in this weather, it's good for South Africa. Unfortunately, as unfortunate as that sounds, that's the truth.
And it's 18 overs until the second new ball, which Australia would love to start to use. So green comes into Verona, back of a length, on leg stump. Verona turns it to mid-wicket, no run.
Yep, things are going to start happening with that new ball. And then I think Janssen and Mark Janssen and Carverina should be well set again and looking to take on. Hopefully they do.
Well, yeah, if they can still be together when the second new ball arrives, South Africa will be in a much better position as Cameron Green is the forces runner. So Janssen on 58, Verona has 50, 175 for 5, and that's a considerable improvement on when the pair came together on 67 for 5. Verona drives, trying to beat mid on, but the bowler intercepts, no run.
So technically, Australia bowler down at the moment, so there's going to be a long slog. I think that maybe Cummings and Boland will take the new ball if Stark doesn't come back.
The one good thing for them is because it's an external injury, Stark probably won't have to wait to bowl before he comes back onto the field. If Carverina slaps the delivery square on the north side for a single, he'll go to 51, 176 for 5.
With the dislocated finger on your bowling on his bowling hand, do you take the chance?
Well, look, we've had no official confirmation that it's dislocated. So a lot depends on when he comes back onto the field. I think we can't really speculate.
Yeah.
Until then, just keep an eye on any updates that do come through.
See, the Australian team have little ventilation holes under their armpits on the side of their cricket shirt.
Yeah, Green this is short. And Janssen just goes back and defends very solidly, no run.
How much effort do you have to put in to bounce a guy as tall as Marco Janssen? Surely, you're like, I can expend energy in a better way.
I mean, they barely got chest high to him. You know, and Carverina Green is almost as tall as Marco Janssen. But that chalkboard didn't bother Janssen at all. Green again, pull out double tuck. Janssen goes on the big drive. It's just past the outside edge. Oohs and ahs from the Australian cordon.
Cross seam there from Cameron Green. Oof.
That's where Cameron Green has proven dangerous. That batsmen seem to relax a bit against him. Look to score and get themselves into trouble. This is a good bouncer from Cameron Green. Janssen ducked, but the fact that it goes over Janssen's head means it also goes over wicketkeeper Alex Terry's head, and there's another misfield down behind the wicketkeeper by Steve Smith. The ball almost rolling over the boundary, but there'll be a couple of bars there.
Just a bit of a mix-up there. Players getting tired, looking a bit weary. This is what South Africa want. They need to take advantage of this lull in concentration from the Aussies now. Expecting things to happen, but nothing happening. Pressure. You think Australia's still in the ascendancy, but a bit of pressure on them now to make something happen. And this is where things can swing South Africa's way.
Yeah, that second new ball is going to be crucial, and equally crucial that Verona and Janssen are still there to handle it towards the end of the first day.
We've got a couple of comments. The top order doesn't matter anymore if these from Dan De Castro. If these guys are at stumps, Proteas will be on top with draw in hand. I think that's too. Yeah, that's too soon to say.
Into Verona, who goes back and works behind square on the leg side, but no run. 5 wickets down on the first day. I'm not sure South Africa will be on top, to be honest. It looks a pretty good batting pitch to me. Once you get through the new ball, as you pointed out to me, as Verona goes back again to line, punches him towards mid-on. Cameron Green is quickly across to the fielding, no run.
Dan De Castro, if Stark is hurt, the Aussies are down more than one bowler, they're losing. Again, don't put the focus on us. And then,
well planted this time. Verona goes back, as he does. The bowler's interested in LBW, but Verona's got his back behind that, no run.
And then Musa Bar says, please educate me. Don't we have better batters in our system? We do. They injured or banned or...
and again, and Verona punches with Franz-Pete Wideman on, no run.
Yeah, we can whine on and on, wax whimsically on and on. About
the only guy I would say who maybe should be in Australia is Verona comes forward and drives this through long on for a single. Ryan Rickelson is the only guy who should be in Australia. This whole controversial injured ankle situation, which I'm sure everyone knows about by now. 179 for 5 now, Verona on 52. As Lion will bowl to Marco Janssen.
It's going to be
down the leg side and taken by Wicket McCarry. End of the over, and it's 179 for 5.
It's going to be interesting when Spain Hamza comes back. Peterson is fit again, and you're going to have Ryan Rickelton in the setup again. So it's a great headache to have, but who do you... I guess De Bruyne's going to go. That leaves one gap for 3 people. 4 people. Tony De Zorzi as well. We keep mentioning him.
He's done very well for a couple of seasons now, Tony De Zorzi. Especially this season, he's been prolific, but he's also had the backing of stacking up a couple of good seasons together now, which I believe is really important.
Yeah.
As Green is in to Verona, Polish Verona, prod forward, back to the bowler, no run. All of these names you mentioned, the one issue is that all of them are relatively inexperienced. That is the problem. So, in an ideal world, I guess South Africa would have hoped that your guys who were around 27, 28 years old, like a Dennis De Bruyne, like an Aiden Markram, those guys, ideally you would like to be established now in your test team. As Green bowls the bouncer, Verona thinks of hooking, but then bails out of it.
I remember when he burst into the scene, Aiden Markram was earmarked as the next South African captain. And then his form just nosedived after his second season, I think.
I think it nosedived when he was made captain for an ODI series against India with a weakened Proteas team. They got thumped by India, and I think his confidence suffered a bit. He should never have been made captain because he was by no means established in ODI cricket. Then yes, this is well fielded by Kawaja, looks like at mid-wicket to stop Verona getting any runs with a nice clip off his toes.
So yeah, would you, after this one from Green to Verona again, who just defends away on the offside, no run. Kim, would you make wholesale changes to this batting lineup? Everyone goes, new captain, everything.
No, you can't do that because you've got no guarantee that the people you bring in are going to be better. Plus, everyone then has to start from zero again. So we're moaning about the lack of experience in our batting lineup, which I think is a very justified complaint, as Green is in the game. Verona pushing forward, edge to first slip. Steve Smith takes the catch, and Cameron Green has made the vital breakthrough.
I would just like to point out that we Dan De Castro.
We're blaming him.
Jinxed us. But
Verona. Well, at times Verona undoes himself by he's kind of on the move when he defends, when he pushes forward outside off stump. He's not hasn't have a set pace. He's kind of on the move from the crease, and that's what happened there. Decent delivery from Cameron Green, but edge straight into the midriff of Steve Smith. And nicely played, Carverina, 52 off 99 deliveries. Has certainly rescued the Proteas innings, but a major blow that Australia have struck here after the season.
Super disappointed is Carverina with himself. He's walking off the ground and admonishing himself, but a great delivery from Green.
I don't think the ball really did much. It was just a straight delivery in the channel, really.
Yeah.
Verona probably could have left it, possibly.
Yeah, at the angle, I think that Carverina not moving his feet too much, not really sure where his off stump was, and with that angle, he probably thought it was the wrist that was going to clip off stump, so he had to play at it, and that brings Keshav Maharaj to a wicket who we know can bat. It just hasn't been doing it recently.
Yeah, if the mood strikes him, Maharaj can certainly do a good job with the bat. He's got Marco Janssen well set at the other end. Test average of 15.67 for Maharaj. He's got 4 test 50 in 47 matches. So he's got the ability. 179 for 6 in South Africa. And by no means out of the woods. Australia is still enjoying an excellent first day of this Boxing Day test at the MCG.
Just some comments. We do have great batsmen, but okay, Ibrahim Ismail. We do have great batsmen, but it brings up the color of their skin, and it's a shame. And then Mutsaba says we have batters with. Do we have batters with an average better than Atinis De Bruin, Temba Bavuma, Zondo, and Iavia? We just like to point out that Temba Bavuma is the highest averaging South African batsman over the past 3 years. So
in Test cricket, yeah.
In Test cricket, yeah.
As Cameron Green's first ball to Maharaj is wide outside off stump and left alone.
And that without scoring 100. So I would back. Oh no, Pat Cummins is coming back on. I mean, Pat Cummins is coming back on. Not Pat Mitchell Stark is coming back on. Yeah. Oh no.
He's strapped that middle finger on his left hand. Yes, it was just the tip of the finger you could see was bent rather horribly after that miscatch. But he's got it strapped and a little protective cover on it now. And looks all good to go. So that's more good news for Australia. They've broken the partnership and the new ball bowler is back in good time. Thanks. The second new ball.
Sending shivers down South African spines.
So 179 for 6. The sixth over is about to commence. It's going to be Nathan Lyon, the off spinner. Leg slip, short leg, and a slip in place to Marco Janssen. Right on over the wicket, well flighted, and Janssen clips this off his pad down to a deepish backward square leg, and he'll get a single.
Just Marco Janssen showing his faith. Oh, yeah, that was just they just show you a replay of his faith. Oh gosh, his first ditch in this bed so awkwardly. Yeah, Marco Janssen showing a lot of trashing Keshav Maharaj, who
as he should.
Out and tries to play it all around it.
Can certainly do a job as he pushes forward and defends on the offside, no run.
Yeah, look, we do have. You should know that for the commentary team, they are after this ball.
And again to Maharaj. Same three close to catches. Leg tip goes up, but I think it's a tumble to Maharaj's side pad. Umpire agree.
Yeah, well, if it's thigh pad. There are batters that we've been pumping that we are definitely in the fan clubs of. We keep mentioning.
Lion.
Yep.
Again, this is turning down leg side, and Maharaj gets out of the way.
You keep mentioning the names Josh Richards, Ryan Rickleton. This one.
Line in again to Maharaj, who goes back and defends from the crease, no run. Rickleton has played a bit of Test cricket, looked the part, has put together 2 or 3 really strong seasons domestically.
Yeah.
Line. And again, this is outside off side, but Maharaj makes room, cut, doesn't time it perfectly. And Boland will do the fielding towards deep point, and they'll come back for 2. Maharaj off the mark, 182 for 6. And a guy like Josh Richards is obviously very talented and a player for the future. But I think if we're going to choose guys for Test cricket, they need to be really dominating at domestic level, because my real strong feeling is that our domestic cricket, the standard is not really preparing guys for Test cricket. They're guys who have very good averages in domestic cricket, despite their failings, really, and those failings are then being exposed at Test level. So for guys to make the step up, I want to see them be really, really dominant for a good 2 or 3 seasons.
Yeah, but it's also a thing where the domestic first-class season isn't that long. They're not playing enough 4-day cricket for them to stamp them off. So
100% right. Yeah, 7 matches. The whole season is not enough. Green into Janssen, who's driving flat-footed extravagantly, and he's got the edge and it's caught behind. So 2 massive strikes by Cameron Green. He's got both the set batsmen out now.
As the adage goes, 1 brings 2, and the thinnest of edges through to the keeper. Green strikes again. South Africa again in bother. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, Janssen staying leg side of the ball. No footwork, just throwing the hands at it. Big drive. And again, a delivery that did not do a hell of a lot. It was a steam-up delivery. But just in that very good channel, just outside off stump, gets the edge. And Janssen's gone for 59 off 136 deliveries. A great effort by the bowling all-rounder. He got stuck in today. And without him, South Africa would be in tremendous trouble. Not that they aren't in trouble at the moment either.
The most innocuous of the Aussie bowlers is the main chief destroyer.
In inverted commas. Yeah.
The one you wouldn't expect.
People underestimate Cameron Green, the 4th teamer.
Yeah.
He's now got 3 for 20. Bowling his 10th over. So he's really been the destroyer today.
We say people, I was one of them. I didn't think he'd be this much of a weapon, but it seems that he comes on and our batters have just turned off.
Maybe relax a little, yeah.
Yep.
So Green's got the wickets of Kenneth de Bruin, who certainly sits off, played a loose stroke to him, and then just 2 regulation off some deliveries nicked behind the wicket to get Carverina and Marco Janssen out. Peter Robardo comes to the crease with South Africa on 182 for 7.
Cameron Green, 5 balls left in his over. He's coming around the wicket now. Oh, Mitchell Stark sitting back down.
Interesting. The MCG crowd is definitely getting behind the Australian players and especially their favourite Scotty Boland down on the boundary. As Cameron Green runs in to Robardo around the wicket instead of East, and a good first delivery angling in just around off stump. Robardo spins nicely into the covers, no run.
This is South Africa's highest scoring Test cricket since 326 against England. There was 4 tests to go. Dan De Castro, Green of all people, he's not a wicket taker, yeah. Moves past, but he was the commentators. But guys, you're doing a good job. Thank you. You, man, lots of enthusiasm. Nice.
As Green into Robardo, pushes forward, edges it all the way along the ground between gully and slips, and that goes for 4 runs for Peter Robardo.
Nice. Bottom toe end of the bat there.
Certainly very much towards the bottom of the bat.
Sean B joins us, and he says, great innings from Verona. He only averages 27 now. He looks like our best batsman. He has played very well. Believe me, he's better than his average suggests. Musa Boss then says, wonder what the convicts, oh no, put on that finger. Maybe someone's mother's water pools, anything for win. Oh, yeah, okay. Great strapping.
Rabada defends into the covers, no run.
Then Dan Castro blames himself for this mini collapse, the 2 quick wickets, saying it's all my fault. Yes. Musa Boss again, please ETV, SABC or Supersport televise a domestic 4-day cricket. Sis, you televise nonsense, so please every minute. Why not cricket? We've had this conversation. Then Musa Boss says, at Ken and me, julle is Musa Boss, dankie baie.
Thank you.
And then One World Sports Radio, that's us, we comment back that you can watch 4-day games on the CSA YouTube channel.
With commentary by One World Sport Radio. Green in again to Rabada. He's topped it on. Oh, he had an angled shot. He was playing from the crease and he's chopped it on. And Cameron Green has now got 4 for 24.
Wait, how many overs left in the day?
Well, we go to 90. Rabada, there was a bit of extra bounce there from Cameron Green and with the angle from around the wicket. Rabada just standing in the crease and trying to defend with a really angled bat. And straight onto his stumps. He's bowled for 4. South Africa 186 for 8. 13 overs until the second new ball. One wonders whether South Africa will actually still be batting when 80 overs comes around. 90 overs in the day, of course. And that is also a drink break. With South Africa 186 for 8. I see we have Otto standing by, so I'm going to love you and leave you. Thank you, Anise.
Yeah, we
Thanks
started
a lot,
so well.
Really poor passage of play there by Ken and Anise at the end. So it looked so good there for a while in the session after tea, and then Australia striking thrice, and South Africa 8 down, 14 runs to get to 200. There's enough time left in the day to do that, and still hoping that they can make it to the end of play. Now still a drinks break over there in Melbourne. Really a beautiful day. We see some shots of some drone shots of the stadium with the city in the background, and far away there are some clouds, but as I mentioned earlier, a friend of mine who lives there in Melbourne, very good friend of mine who lives there in Melbourne, told me that there's no rain expected for the near future and only 35 plus degrees Celsius rather in Melbourne for the next few days predicted. Not sure what Melbourne is like in terms of changes in the weather, but the locals there saying they don't think there's a chance of rain anytime soon. Thank you very, very much for all of these comments coming through. And Dan De Castro saying, makes no sense. Green with 4 wickets.
Yep.
Yes, that's very true. And Musa Boss saying, damn, these guys not willing to fight for their families, for their people, and for themselves. It does frustrate me when the team I'm rooting for just don't play to their potential. You know, that's the most frustrating part. We know these guys are better than, 26, 18, 12, 1 and 5 for the top 6. Musa Boss saying, I'm convinced we need a David Goggins character as a coach, someone of the character of Justin Langer. Don't we have any character in our systems? That's
We do.
The mental,
you're
the
not
mental
applying for the
coach.
job.
The mental coach that Tim has called for. Hopefully, we make so much money with the SA20 that we can actually start appointing people like that.
Yeah.
So Nortje is at the crease. Maharaj is facing. A Lion will be bowling the next over, the 68th over. 186 for 8 is the score. Lion with 50 up after 16 overs. He's bowled 53 without taking a wicket yet. And Kagiso Rabada, the last man to go for 4 off 5 balls. And he scored only a 4 off the 5 balls before chopping on that delivery from Cameron Green. Maharaj facing Lion, leg slip in, and he wafts at that one outside off stump, goes through to the keeper for no run. He's on 2 off 7 now. That ball coming in a bit off the pitch, a little bit of turn for Lion.
I think that SA will be batting, will be bowling, and we'll probably have 15 overs at this Aussie batting lineup pretty soon.
Yeah, Lion to Maharaj defends this one. No run. Yeah, sorry to say, I must agree with that. I don't see us batting through the day. And if you are not a South African fan, we don't apologize for the fact that we are very biased towards South Africa. As Maharaj skies this one, and Captain Cummins takes the catch at mid-off. He just tried to play a loose shot outside off stump, what looked like an attempted drive, but got a huge top edge, and it steepled up into the air to mid-off, and Pat Cummins just had to take a few strides and steady himself to take that catch. And
how many overs do you lose for change of innings?
3 or 4 usually, maybe 5.
Okay.
So yeah, and then your prediction there that you're and Ken, I don't remember if you or Ken that said we might not even make it to the new ball. That now is only 1 wicket away. Maharaj goes for 2 off 9, caught by Cummins, bowled by Lion. That's Lion's first wicket. And Lungisani and Gidi will join Nortje, both on naught off naught. He will be facing Nathan Lyon.
If I'm Cameron Green, I'm having a chat with Nathan Lyon now. I want 5.
That was a booming shot there by Keshav Maharaj, but just mistimed it, got in underneath it too much, and it just went high up into the air. Cummins taking a few steps to his right and a few steps backwards and taking the catch above his head with his hands high above his head. 186 for 9 with 3 balls to go in the 68th over. Let's see if we can get you some figures here on Lungi and Gidi. 17 matches, 86 runs, an average of 4.2, and his highest score, as we see Nathan Lyon coming in over the wicket right-handed, and Lungi and Gidi's forward defensive, no run. Lungi and Gidi's average is, we'll get that for you, not his average, his highest score. I think it is a single-digit figure. And the last 22 balls, 7 runs and 4 wickets. Australia winning this session so far. Defended by Lungi and Gidi to point, no run. 1 ball to go in the 68th over, 186 for 9.
Lungi and Gidi's high score is 14, not out.
14 not out, yes. Thank you. Line into him. And this final delivery is defended by Lungi and Gidi. No run. And as I said, 186 for 9. Will Cameron Green continue? I have no doubt he will. David Warner is having a look at the wicket as he walks back with the extra helmet there under his arm.
And boss says, don't apologize, my man. We are one-eyed biased Proteas fans, or maybe Proteas today. Proteas. Ah, sis. Proteas in Morsa.
How's that? Telling it like it is.
He says, Sai was thinking Maharaj can bat. Didn't post it to avoid further jinx. It seems sufficient.
So it is Cameron Green, and he's going to continue. His 11th over, he's got 2 slips and a gully, and a backward point, extra cover and mid-off are quite close, mid-on as well. And here he comes now, right arm over the wicket. Can he get his fifer? And Nortje bunts this one into mid-wicket, where David Warner fields. I think it's Warner. Didn't quite catch who that was, but he's off the mark now. Nortje, he's got 1 single now, 187.49. And then Mursaba is also saying, I'll pick 11 Marco Janssens and chase all the others away. Well, we've got a copy of Marco Janssen in the form of his twin brother. But we'll have to find a few others, find 9 other people if you want to clean out the whole lot, which I think is a bit over the top. I agree with Tim and Mpo as Green comes in over the wicket short, and Ngidi ducks underneath this one through to Alex Carey behind the wicket for no run. Yeah, and Dan, I'm with you there. I also feel that Keshav can contribute more with the bat. He's done that at first-class level, domestic level. Never quite gotten around to it at test level, and always seems to throw his wicket away. He's really, the last year or so that I've watched him play, and even before that, Lungi Ngidi with a beautiful-looking cover drive. It's not going to make it to the boundary, but it's a very good-looking shot, and they should be able to come back for 2. They do.
What?
And Lungi Ngidi is off the mark now. 2 for 5 balls. And Proteas do, however, have a great attack. 5 good bowlers, 4 fierce seamers. That's true. But they need the runs to be able to.
You just need something to bowl at.
Because they've been, and we mentioned this in the first test against Australia, that the fact that it's the bowlers that have made the batters or made the team look better than they probably should have performed, because it's been a long time since South Africa has put up a decent score. As Green comes in again, and it's bowled. Lungi Ngidi through the gate. That's 5 wickets for Cameron Green of 10.4 overs. He's taken 5 for 27 at the MCG in the Shane Warne Boxing Day Test match. And South Africa are all out for 189. And just as Ravi Nair said, come on, Proteas, 100 run last wicket stand. It was a last wicket stand of exactly, let's see, the fall of wickets is down here at the bottom. So the Maharaj wicket fell with a score on 186, so it was a 3-run final wicket partnership for the Proteas. So in the last 10 overs, Australia took the final 5 wickets that they needed to wrap up the innings for 22 runs.
Yes.
And so that was quite a collapse by the South African tail. So Verona and Janssen's good work was the end of South Africa's hopes of getting anything near to a respectable score. And Australia will be very happy. They won the toss. They put South Africa into bat. Cameron Green is walking off with the ball in his hand, waving it at the crowd, celebrating his 5 wickets in style at the MCG, and getting all the congratulations that he deserves. As we have underestimated him, maybe the Proteas batters also did the same. Certainly, Tienus de Bruin threw his wicket away to give Cameron Green his first one. And Ravi Nair Dan De Castro says, strangest stroke, most unexpected 5-4 ever. That is probably right. And only 97 short of their landmark, says Raviner. Come on, Proteas. And Dan De Castro saying 5-4 by Green, just shocking. That is shocking. And let's see. So he had Carverina caught at slip. That was a good delivery. He had Marco Janssen caught behind off a thin edge as well. And then he bowled out Rabada, and well, Rabada played on. Lungi was clean bowled through the gate. So, probably gifted the wicket by Tenis de Bruin. The other 4, and the one by Kagiso Rabada, I would say, with Rabada just getting stuck in his crease, playing a nothing shot and playing onto his stumps. But the slip catch and the wicket-keeper catch, as well as Ngidi's wicket, were decent deliveries. And so Australia have done it. They've bowled South Africa out after asking them to bat first, winning the toss, and choosing to bowl. And thank you so much, Anis. See, Anis has taken a short break, which he richly deserves. And we'll see how many commentators we can muster for tomorrow's play. Musa Bars saying, please get rid of the name Proteas. Blommetjies never wins you anything. Get a better badge. We got lots of animals, he says. You can choose maybe a more fierce animal than a Protea. And oh bother, says Raviner, Australia don't have a follow-on target. That's I think that's correct, because if I'm not mistaken, you have to go past 200 to set a follow-on target. I'm not exactly sure how that works. So if you know exactly what the rules are around the follow-on, please do share that with us. And thank you so much for all of these comments coming through. We do love to interact with our audience. We really appreciate each and every one of you listening to us and watching along with us here. So that's the innings break. We'll check how many overs we lose during the changeover. So let's just go through the South African batting scorecard here in detail for you. The first wicket to fall was Sarel Erwee, caught by Usman Khawaja and bowled by Scott Boland for 18 off 31 with the score on 29. The next wicket was Cameron Green's first wicket with the score on 56 was Tenis de Bruin, who played a very strange shot, got a top edge. Alex Carey caught it at fine leg, and he was gone for 12 off 31. Erwee, by the way, made 18 off 31. The next batsman was Algar's run out with the score on 58 for 3. So that was a collapse of note for the top order there, with Algar making just 26 of 68 balls, run out by Marnus Labuschagne with the score on 58. And then still with the score on 58, Themba Bavuma was caught behind by Alex Carey off the bowling of Mitchell Starc for 1 of 8 balls. And then there was a little bit of a partnership, what looked to be the start of a recovery, but Kayalish Lezondo excellently caught by Marnus Labuschagne at mid-off, off the bowling of Mitchell Starc for 5 of 19. That was with the score on 67. Now, from 67 for 5, South Africa managed to make it all the way to 179 before Carverina was caught by Stephen Smith that slipped off the bowling of Cameron Green for 52 of 99 balls. And then soon after, with the score on 182, Marco Janssen was caught by Alex Carey, bowled by Cameron Green for 59. He was the top scorer for South Africa, Marco Janssen, with 59 off 136 deliveries, an excellent fighting innings by Marco Janssen and Kagiso Rabada with the score on 186 was played on, bowled by Cameron Green, and that saw the next wicket, Keshav Maharaj, caught by Patrick Cummins off the bowling of Nathan Lyon with the score still on 186. And the last wicket to fall was Lungisani and Gidi, clean bowled by Cameron Green for 2 off 6. And Andrich Nortje not out with 1 off 1 delivery. The bowling for Australia. Excuse me?
Extras scored 7.
Okay, yeah, that's important to note as well. Thank you for that. The extras were 3 buys and 3 leg buys and 1 no ball. Only 1 no ball bowled by Australia. Excellent work there. So South Africa all out 189, and we see the South Africans warming up. The bowlers, Nortje, and I think it was Janssen I saw as well there with the ball in hand. So the bowling for Australia, Mitchell Starc took 2 for 39 off 13 overs. Patrick Cummins, 0 for 30 or 14 overs. Scott Boland, 1 for 34 or 14. Nathan Lyon, 1 for 53 or 17 overs. And the hero of the day for Australia with the other 5 wickets was Cameron Green, 5 for 27 off 10. And excellent stuff for Cameron Green for Australia. And so we've got the comments rushing through here. Thank you so much. Musa Bas asking who's the coach. It's an interim coach. Do you recall his name? I don't recall his name at the moment.
Okay.
Malibonge Makwetu, that's right. And he's an interim coach. It's an interim position because the person who was supposed to take over from Mark Boucher is now the director of cricket, and Graham Smith is now the commissioner of the SA20. So that's how that all shook out. Make of that what you will. Ravi Nair saying perhaps Oz can get 15 penalty runs just for being Australia. And then Rabada bowls them out for 3. That's interesting. That's coming straight from an English fan's perspective there for Ravi Nair. 200, yeah, says Dan de Castro, but often not enforced nowadays. So that's the follow-on.
Yeah.
And then he said, see, Australia versus the Windies recently, they had 300-plus lead after the first innings, but they still chose to bat again.
That was to give their bowlers a rest. They work.
Yes. Yeah.
They try not to bowl their rescue run with enforcing the follow-on. Is that your bowlers have to spend a lot more time out there, and the West Indies didn't bat for a short time. So yes. I think that's why. If you roll them for like 100 in like 20 overs, then it's fine.
Yeah.
Enforce the follow-on. But if that 100 comes after 2 sessions of play, it's rather than just bat again, give your bowlers some time to put their feet up.
Yeah, that's true. And so the first and the third session so far today have gone to Australia. Ravi Nair saying, or all Labuschagne runs and run-outs should be given to South Africa because the Aussies stole him. That he was, of course, born in South Africa. And then, Musa Bas lamenting Elgar's run-out. He must be joking. He says, my national captain, someone supposed to be our cricket god, someone who needs to lift everyone when the chips are down. No man, run out, sis, he says. And then that was the first time in his career that Dean Elgar was run out. I think you and Paul mentioned that.
So, yeah, everyone runs the love one, I guess. Unless you're in Zimamulak, and then you just run everyone out.
Yeah, that was straight at Marnus Labuschagne, but it was an excellent piece of fielding there by the Australian, the man who is now Australian.
At the crease, his 100th game today, average of 48, highest of 300 and something. Yes, look at that. Yeah, so David Warner and Usman Khawaja to open the batting. Dagis Rabada 57 matches, 265 wickets, an average of 22, economy of 3.3, and over to his old nemesis, David Warner.
Oh, and has David Warner got something on that? Carverina had a bit of a celebration there, but no, there's no wicket for South Africa there. And
they've got to make use of this new ball.
Yeah, way down the leg side to the left-hander by the right-handed Kagiso Rabada. Wasted delivery there. Hopefully not many more of those. He does like bowling at David Warner. And this one is a bouncer over the leg stump. Warner ducks underneath it. Rabada testing out the surface to see how much bounce he's going to get here. Let's check. Our minimum overs remaining for the day is going to be 19, including this one. Let me just update our scorecard there.
Out by 4. They're going to have to make Warner play. I wonder if they're going to give Anit Nokia the new ball from the other side, just to have a blitz. And then as Rabada in again down the leg side, again short ball, 137.5. Not going to bother David Warner at all as he leaves this one. And it goes through to Carverina for no run.
Yeah, this bowling needs to be a little bit more accurate with 3 slips there. Why don't you bowl at him? Rabada's down the leg side. Carverina saves him some extras there. And Rabada's definitely indebted to Carverina there behind the stumps as he dives to his right for that wide delivery, manages to catch it. Yeah, good looking catch there.
Fantastic delivery to the right-hander. Just as to the left-hander, and it went down the leg side, swinging away from the right-hander, so into the left-hander. And Carverina, after batting so long, having to put an acrobatic dive in. This one straighter, but still down the leg side from Kagiso Rabada. And taken by Verona. I think he's worried about pushing it too straight. Oh, he's setting him up. He's going to slot. Next ball, he's going to push one across him. I have a feeling.
That's nice shape through the air. But it's fuller this time. And down the leg side. And that's the end of the first over. And the score is 0-0. So Mursabar asking what justified the guy to be an interim coach, also the guy who's going to take over, what's their pedigree? Educate me, please. Malabonge Makwetu, where did he coach?
He was Mark Boucher's assistant coach, wasn't he?
No, it was the guy that's now director of cricket. He was the assistant coach to Mark Boucher.
Yeah, but he left. And then got
to
appointed.
Become director of. Oh, okay, all right. So the plan was that he was supposed to take over, and I also need to be educated on these guys.
So the plan was he was supposed to take over from the coach before Mark Boucher. So he was supposed to take over.
Ngidi. Around the wicket to the left-handed Usman Khawaja, through to the keeper, no run. So Ngidi coming around the wicket and bowling that one outside off stump.
So
no run there.
So Enoch was promised the position after taking in South Africa. So he was just Gibson, right? Then controversially, Graham Smith appointed his buddies, and Mark Boucher got named as coach. But then it was promised to Enoch that he would be coach after the next World Cup.
Khawaja defended this one outside off stump to gully, no run.
Much better line, getting the left-handed to play. And then during the tenure together, there was a how do I put it politically correct? they had creative differences. Let's say that, all right? And he resigned. And then
I see. Okay.
And then
he resigned as assistant coach.
Yeah, he resigned as assistant coach.
Wide outside off stump this time by Ngidi, right arm round the wicket to the left-hander, and it's left alone by Khawaja. No danger there for the batter.
Then Marley got appointed as assistant coach. Graham Smith stepped down after an inquiry, and he became head of the SAT 20, and Enoch is now a director of cricket. So I don't know who would be the next coach, but there are people that I would like to see involved. Off the top of my, Jeffrey Tiana has to be on the top of the list of them trying to get it, but
yes.
I don't know.
Yes. Ngidi with a much better line right on off stump there. Khawaja well behind that delivery, and there's no run. Fielded by Ngidi in his follow through. Still 0 for 0 with 10 balls bowled. Yeah, Jeffrey Toyana, he's been knocking on that coaching door for a very, very long time, coaching the Lions very successfully, super successfully. Ngidi in again. This was a better line and length, once again outside off stump and left alone by Khawaja. Almost got tempted into the drive there, but resisted it. Dan de Castro doesn't think we're going to get the 19 overs in. He says there's only 48 minutes left of the scheduled time. And then he says Proteas need to do what England did to turn the program around.
I don't know if
Callum has saved Pommy's test side.
Yeah, but you also have to remember South Africa is in a unique situation. England doesn't have the same problems that South African problems that South Africa has.
End of the second over, that one by Ngidi through to the keeper for no run. Still no run on the board for Australia, so it's a good start here by the South African bowlers and by Australia's batters, just seeing off the new ball, doing what good openers should do. I agree, and we also don't have the it's a rather thankless job. Wetham asks for the score. It's 0 for 0. Let me just post that quickly. There you go. And so the the job itself isn't really, I would say, very attractive. If you're the South African coach in most sports, you're either about to get fired or you just started. So
that's what Kagiso Rabada's dropped short, and David Warner is on the pool and pulls well and gets a boundary, nearly taking the head off of short leg.
Oh, another one down the leg side. Verona is going to injure himself if he keeps diving like that. This time he does stay down after catching that ball wide down the leg side by Kagiso Rabada. Yeah, that was a attempted. Yeah, he's bowling to a right-hander, is Rabada, and that's disheartening because he's got 3 slips and a gully in, and if he's going to bowl that line, he needs to put a leg slip there so that Carverina doesn't have to break his back diving all over the place. This one is hit straight at extra cover wide mid-off, and no run there off the third delivery of Rabada's second over, the third over of this test match, and Australia are 4 without loss. And so the coaching job, it's difficult. It's also difficult for CSA to attract an overseas coach. This one on middle stump, full by Kagiso Rabada, clipped off his pads by Warner, but straight to wide long mid on, and there's no run there. We know that Cricket South Africa has gone through lots of management issues and financial issues and all kinds of shenanigans in the past 5 or 6 years or so. And this time Rabada almost gets it through the defenses of David Warner, who jumps up onto his toes and defends this one back down into the pitch for no run. And that one almost managed to sneak through. And then Musa Bas asking why can't we have Gary Kirsten as a coach or consultant? I get we need black representatives. Don't think we're going about it the right way. This one by Rabada on leg stump, just outside, clipped off his legs by David Warner. They're going to come back for 2. They're running a 3rd now as it's cleaned up at square leg. And Warner onto 7 along with Australia. And he will retain the strike to face Lungi and Ngidi in this 4th over of the day. Rabada conceding 7 runs that time. And I'm really perplexed about these lines. It was almost a catch chance there for Zondo. The ball went through his legs, but he couldn't get his hands down fast enough, standing at a short square leg. And the ball just came through him too quickly there. Don't think that was a legitimate chance. Let's say it was a half chance. But that's exactly what we're saying now about Jeffrey Toyana, because he is one of the most successful coaches ever in South African history, coaching the Lions to hold all 3 domestic trophies at once. Just, I mean, you really don't want to put somebody in a coaching position if not on merit, and that's why everyone was so upset when Boucher got appointed. So Warner facing Ngidi, this one is wide outside off stump and full on a Yorker length, but very wide outside off stump. Warner lets it go. Ngidi is bowling over the wicket to David Warner, taking it across him. Let's just see. It's a replay of that 4 that David Warner scored down to fine leg. He's on 7 of 13. Kawaja there yet to score, having faced 6 deliveries. Ngidi, second delivery of his 2nd over. And this one swings into the left-hander very nicely, starts on an off-stump line, and David Warner has to defend this from his middle stump. And that is a very promising signs for South Africa. Good seam position by Lungi and Gideon, using the seam as a rudder, with that seam just angled in at the leg stump as he delivers the ball, and it swings through the air, not late enough to go around David Warner, but he had to play a good defensive shot in front of his middle stump there. Ngidi over the wicket, right arm to the left-hander again. And this time David Warner is forced to play at this one, going across his stumps a little bit there, and it's fielded in the covers for a single. And Sadiq Sumro also saying what you've been saying as well.
The tactic to David
They have to take wickets with the new ball, make it count. It's a new ball pitch. That's 100% correct. And Ngidi doing a very good job of that at the moment. He will be bowling to Kawaja after that single. Warner on 8, and so are Australia. That's what we. Sorry.
The MCG looks half empty. We commented on it as well. But there's 65,000 people there.
That is a huge stadium. It is a massive place. The open seats belying the actual numbers. Just on the coaching thing, look, I don't follow the domestic game closely enough to really have an opinion on who I think should be there, but even I know that about Jeffrey Toyana and what he's done at the Lions, and once again it sends the wrong message as Ngidi goes to Kawaja driven. It's a fuller length here by Ngidi, straight to the fielder. And just like we talked about, what gripes me about the selection of the players, what does a coach have to do to get the job? How many trophies do you win before you get a chance? And I mean, the way Boucher was shoved in there really left a bad taste in a lot of people's mouths, because it was really just a crony thing with his mate being the director of cricket giving him the job. gifting him the job. Kawaja lets this one go. Final delivery of the 4th over, no run there. And Australia 8 without loss. Oh man, Jenna says she can't get her equipment going. She's had problems with her internet connection, so she's many apologies to our listeners. We won't have Jenna back. So Anis, I'm gonna lean heavily on you, but you're welcome to take a break if you want to. And then Moorsebaar saying, I would have opened with KG and Marco Janssen. These coaches, along with our captains, are clueless, trying to learn test cricket as they go along. This one by Rabada is full and wide outside off stump, and David Warner tries to squeeze that one out to the offside and doesn't manage to do that. So there's no run.
That's what the ball has been all along to David Warner, getting him to play away from his body like that, to try to force the edge, which is how he's gone out in the past. But David Warner, now in his 100th test, seems to have done some work during the gap between tests, the extra couple of days. He's focused. He's going to be looking to score some runs as Kagiso Rabada gets this one straight and tucks him up. And he squeezes it away to the leg side, and they take 2. And come through for 2. Score moves on to 10 for no loss, sorry.
That's correct.
Quite excited to give myself a wicket.
10 without loss, and 10 runs coming off the bat of David Warner. 17 deliveries that he's faced. As Rabada comes in back of a length, and Warner just jumps defensive shot there into extra cover for no run. No run there. Yes, and which reminds me, if you do want to join our commentary team, you are more than welcome to do so. Send your details through to admin@1wsr.com. Give us a 30-second, 60-second recording of yourself doing some commentary on any game. And Warner defends this one, which is forced him to play. Better delivery now. Better lines now from Rabada, as Warner has to play at this one that pitches on middle and off stump. And it's no run. You can join our commentary team. Anis joined us all the way from Twitter. I've never met you in person, Anis. I hope to change that someday soon. He's over there in Caberha. And Warner with the short ball outside off stump from Rabada gets around this one and pulls it to deep mid wicket for 4. And it's a good looking shot there by David Warner. Looks like he's seeing it like a beach ball at the moment. And Rabada just not getting the line of that and the length of that delivery quite right.
I think.
And Australia are on their way.
I think that South Africa are going to be in for a world of hurt, and they're going to be toiling tomorrow. It's going to be so hard. Apparently 41 degrees tomorrow.
14 without loss. Warner gets one wide outside off stump. He managed to get some bat on that. Is Maharaj going to be able to cut it off? Yes, he does. Throws it back, and they'll come back for 3. And almost a mix-up there.
Piling on the page.
It's 17 without loss after 5 overs. Rabada conceding 9 runs in his 3rd over. He's conceded 16 now off his 3, and hasn't really looked as accurate as he usually does. And Moorsebaar's asking for accountability. That's something we need in all spheres of our society, this level of authority. And he's saying that all of our 48 Afrikaans speakers here in South Africa still care, or is it 47, he says. So there we go. We had some funny comments during the last match as well. All 44 of us are watching, somebody said. And he goes into Warner. with a short ball on middle stump, and it tucks Warner up. He defends himself. He plays a defensive shot into the offside for no run. Algar going over to talk to Kagiso Rabada. And Lungi and Gidi looking much better. He's bowling his third over now, only conceding 1 run.
If I'm Dean Algar, I would not want to speak to Kagiso Rabada right now. Give him advice. It's like, do I come up to you when you're batting and you're batting cock? We want to bowling. Go sit.
And Gidi into Warner, wide outside off stump, full length, lets it go through, does Warner for no run. And he's on 17 of 23. Sadiq Sumro saying they have let Warner set in, Warner 100 loading. That could be. I mean, he's a very dangerous batter. We all know that. We all know what he can do. So if he does get going, it's very difficult to stop him. You've got to get his wicket early, as is the case with most super talented batters. But they really only give you good opportunities when they get to the crease. Ngidi over the wicket to the left-hander, wide outside off stump and short. Warner looking to cash in there, but he couldn't quite get hold of it, and it just goes to point for no run. Lucky escape there for Ngidi. That was a terrible ball that looked to be sitting ripe for hitting, and Warner not managing to execute that time.
I'd want, if I'm Kagiso Rabada, I'm begging Lungi Ngidi to keep David Warner on strike for the rest of this over. But then again, you look at Usman Khawaja just scored the second most runs this year. Average of 72.
Warner lets this one go through to the keeper for no run. Yeah, that is astonishing, because that Gabba pitch really was horrible, but he looked super uncomfortable there, and he's not looked great so far today.
That's also interesting.
Oh, and Wetham says, old Ketla watching in New Zealand. Thanks, fellas. I care, he says. Thank you so much, sir, for your support. Sir or madam, not sure. 17 of 25. And Giri bowling the 5th ball of his 3rd over. And this one is a nice tight line on middle and leg, and just defended by David Warner for no run. Yeah, so we've got some New Zealand people, we've got Indian people that have commented in today. This is great stuff. Thank you so much, everybody. We really do appreciate your support. And Heinrich Nortje is in picture now. That is a world-class moustache. Oh, and Wetham says, no lacquer, I'm a bloke. So thank you, sir. And Gidi into Warner, final delivery of the 6th over, and Warner wants a quick single, but Khawaja wisely sends him back as he just dots this one down into the offside. End of the 6th over, 17 without loss. And David Warner scoring all the runs so far for Australia, 17 of 27. Australia trail by 172. No extras. No extras yet. That's great. Keep it like that, please. And Rabada looks like he's going to continue.
Usman Khawaja is the 2nd highest run scorer in 2022. He's played 5 less games than the highest run scorer, Joe Root. He's got an average of 79. Sure. But he's done that undercover, because everyone's talking about Steve Smith and Stabastafni scoring all these runs. Usman Khawaja has just been doing the work.
Yeah, Khawaja off the mark with a forward defensive shot into the covers, and Australia move on to 18 without loss.
And he does it like that. Just getting the runs.
Oh, and Mursabas also pointing out Warner being out of form for months. He's fighting for his cricketing life. And Wetham saying, should chuck the spinner in. Warner gets this one to backward square leg, and they take 2 runs. There's nobody there. Did he get back in time there? The bails have been dislodged by Carverina, but I think Warner was safe there, diving in to the crease, and spots the big gap there in the field. Nortje with the throw. It could have been a bit closer if it had been a direct hit. I think. Let's see. Carverina takes it. And yeah, he was already in by the time the ball reached Carverina. But good running there by these two for Australia. 2 runs there out of nothing, really. Just spotted a weakness in the field and exploited it. 20 without loss is the score. And Rabada continues to Warner. This one is on leg stump, outside leg stump, and once again into that vacant 45 position on the leg side. They get a single. 21 now without loss. Kawaja will face Rabada.
This is obviously a tactic. I think they want to go to. They're doing that. They're very clever batting. They're pushing it into that gap. They've done it twice now. They're going to try to bring fine leg up, and then.
And there's an outside edge from Kawaja as they were showing the stats here for Kawaja facing Rabada. He's been out 4 times, make that 5 at an average of 27. And so that average will drop considerably after scoring just the 1 this time.
Interesting.
So that would mean that his average would drop down to around 20 if my maths is correct. And it's just going across Kawaja. He just hangs his bat, catches the outside edge through to Carverina for a catch behind, and Rabada redeems himself as he always does after being a bit critical of him with these lines and lengths that don't seem to be bowling to his field, didn't seem to be bowling to that heavy offside field, and there we go, he gets the wicket with a very nice delivery that goes across the left-handed Usman Khawaja, forcing him to play the shot. He could have left that Usman Khawaja, but maybe just enough doubt in his mind about the movement of the wicket and the seeming ball, the swinging ball. Marnus Labuschagne walks to the wicket. So according to the schedule, according to the official line, there's 12 overs left after this one. So that's 21 for 1 Australia. Usman Khawaja bowled Kagiso Rabada for 1 off 11, caught by Carverina. And first wicket down for Australia. Good length delivery.
That's the line that KG was trying to bowl, was hoping to bowl to David Warner all morning, afternoon. Finally gets it to Usman Khawaja, who just hangs his bat out. By now, of course, David Warner's played himself in, got the 20 balls, which is what Steve Waugh was saying. Give me 20 balls. I feel like I'm in, and I've seen everything the pitch does. Usman Khawaja only facing 10, as you can see. Let's see if KG... Oh, they're not going to have it that long. I was going to say, let's see if KG gives Timba Babuma a high five.
Marnus Labuschagne.
Between those two.
Yes. You saw that high five to the face in the previous test. So let's get Marnus Labuschagne's figures up here. We'll get that for you in a moment. Kagiso Rabada has the ball, waiting for Labuschagne to scratch and fidget and finish his setup there at the striker's end. Rabada over the wicket to the right-hander. Nice line on that 4th stump. Trying to hit the top of middle. Good defensive shot by Marnus Labuschagne for no run to the onside.
Oh, no run.
So,
as he yelled it. No run!
Labuschagne, 32 matches, 3,057 runs. 215 is his highest score at an average of 59.94. And Rabada is in again, right arm over, 3 slips in. Oh, what a beautiful whooping delivery, but it's way too wide outside off stump. It's probably one of those that will swing like that when you bowl it there, and then when you try and pitch it on middle, it won't swing at all, and you'll get clipped off the pads for 4. Yeah. So Musa Bar saying saying he wants some more fight from the Proteas. The way it goes now, we're an embarrassment. We're just there to eat their lousy food and learning crooked ways from the convict. Marco Janssen replaces Lungi and Giri in the attack.
This should be fun.
And that's I was saying earlier that I do like Algar's captaincy, but so far on this tour, it has been a bit strange. With that first test, Marco Janssen not getting to bowl as much as I would have liked to see anyway. He was a very informed bowler in that previous test. He comes in left arm over the wicket, full and outside off stump, driven by David Warner through the extra cover region. They're going to come back for the second run, and the score moves on to 23 for 1. Marco Janssen bowling his first
there, like as we see.
over. I would have kept Ngidi on a little bit longer and replaced Rabada. Well, yeah, I don't know. It turned out to be a good decision by Algar to keep Rabada on, but I would have liked to see Ngidi bowl a few more as well, because he looked really very good in his execution, his line and length. Janssen in again. This one is cut by David Warner, straight to backward point. No run. It was a good-looking shot there, also a bit wide and short by Janssen.
David Warner
and no run, straight to the fielder. No, he's definitely looking good.
David Warner said it's going to be tough to dislodge him. It's his 100th test, and he's looking to prove a point against the old foe.
Indeed. As Janssen goes to Warner, this one is left alone outside off stump. Fuller delivery, a little bit of late movement through the air as well, and no run. So we see the setup here.
Yeah. No, saying is South Africa is anyone's old foe, because old foe always seems to be England.
Yes, I think that's the most appropriate one. We were never colonized by Australia, as Warner plays a defensive shot into the offside, and they take a single. Labuschagne will now face Marco Janssen, the left armer, to the right-hander for the first time. 24 for 1 is the score. And Wetham asks if Zuma will be watching this. I doubt that very much. It doesn't strike me as a cricket fan. He never attended any of the matches while he was president that I can remember. So that would be a definite no, I would say.
Well, there is a Zuma interested in being head of Eskom. That's going to be fun.
Okay.
Yeah, he's ex-one.
Yeah, well. Yeah. Let's not get into that. We've had some respite from the power cuts, the rolling blackouts. As Janssen goes over the wicket to the right-hander, and that's a good delivery to the left-hander, but it's way outside leg stump for Marnus Labuschagne, who lets it go, no run. 1 ball to go in the 8th over. Marnus is there on 0 of 3 deliveries, and Warner 23 of 33, so he's got a good start.
Getting the pace up, 140 k's an hour now from Marco Janssen.
So, are you serious? Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma, is she going for the top job at Eskom? As Janssen goes over the wicket onto the leg stump of Marnus Labuschagne, who gets some pad on that, I think. And it's signaled leg byes, yes, and it goes down the leg side for 4, and it was a leg bye for no run accruing to Marnus Labuschagne, who's still on 0 there. And Marco Janssen struggling to find his correct lines here for the right-hander. And so that ball just bowled over or just deflected off the pads of Marnus Labuschagne for 4 for the final delivery of Marco Janssen's first over. 28 for 1 is the score. let's see who is going to continue. It will be Rabada. So he's going to bowl his 5th. Then he's Warner now facing Rabada, who's bowled this one full on off stump. And Warner manages to dig that out. And there's no run. And Ravi Nair saying, what do you mean you were never colonized by Australia? They steal your people, take them across the water and make them work for them like Labuskaghni.
No.
Yeah, most people are going there out of their own.
Yeah.
By their own
So
choice there, Ravi. Yes, we are colonizing them. Sort of, yes. No, it's just nice to. It's nice to beat Australia because they're such sore losers and sore winners. So, I might lead us down here for a little bit. I can't see anything at the moment. So,
as Kathis Rabada in for his 2nd ball, this one short of a length. David Warner on the back foot just punches back down the ground, and there is no run. 29 for 1. The first delivery of the over was played also on the offside. This one is just outside off, coming across David Warner, and he punches to the offside, and they run through for. Coming back for the 4th, they ran for. Good running from the Aussies.
Yeah, that is
raced away down the ground.
That's something you really only see in Australia with those huge fields.
Huge boundary, yeah.
Oh,
that's a great shot. Just quickly, the first official delivery of this over was retroactively called a no ball. Yeah, that's also interesting, since there's a couple of times that happened. Oh, in the previous game, I guess it happened with the Aussies, and it wasn't retroactively called a no ball. As Rabada in up the umpire, this one straying onto leg stump, and it is played. David Warner gets a leading edge, and it trickles down to mid-on for no run.
Rabada in again on middle this time, defended back to the bowler, no run. 33 for 1. So Rabada repaying Algar with that wicket in his previous over, because he was very expensive. Still has got quite expensive figures, 4.4 overs 25 for the 1 wicket. But as long as he's taking wickets, we don't mind. He's a bit expensive. He usually is on the expensive side. He's got his first wicket. Comes in again. Good delivery there. Good defensive shot by David Warner. Right on off stump. Rabada's lines are coming into focus now. So that's a good sign for South Africa.
But it's
Much
his
better.
5th over. I think he's coming off after this one, and I think they're going to give a big ol' on the Nokia go and see what he can generate from the pitch. Going to hit it hard, going to hit it fast.
Oh, and this one down the leg side by Kagiso Rabada. He's bowled a 4, and that is a signal dead ball by the umpire. I'm not sure what exactly happened there. I'll tell you as soon as we can. Let's see the replay.
They want to leave it, and it hit him. Because David Warner
of Warner's
left
innings here. Oh, okay.
Because he left it and didn't play a shot, it's a dead ball.
So even though it went...
because David Warner left it, or was made
okay.
to leave.
No attempt to play a shot, so you don't get the 4 runs. Okay,
Correct,
interesting. Janssen into Labuskaghni is lined to the right-hander now, also a bit better. Full outside off, and Labuskaghni couldn't quite get a hold of that drive shot that he tried to play. 33 for 1. in the 10th over.
Good line and length there.
I'm going to have to go and fetch my charger, or I'll switch over to another machine here, but we don't have that much time left as Labuschagne facing Janssen down the leg side. Did he get some bat on that? Verona does a good job again of cleaning up the bad ball that Janssen bowled this time down the leg side.
Oh.
No run. Ooh, that was very close to getting a strangle down the leg side. And
looks like you're gonna get hurt.
let me go and fetch my charger. I'll be right back.
All right. Marco Janssen at the top of his mark for the third ball of the over. Like a giraffe in full gallop, he comes in, and it's a good line and length on middle and off, and Labuschagne defends well. No run there, as he loudly proclaims, and the score remains 33 for 1 after 9.3 overs. South Africa are going to look to get these wickets as soon as possible, but I think the breakthrough is going to come with Heinrich Nortje as Janssen comes in again past the umpire, outside off again, not getting any movement really through the air, just slanting across minus Labuschagne. He drives but mistimes it to the leg side, drags it across, and it is cleaned up by mid on for no run. It's been enthralling. I think South Africa may have wasted the new ball a bit with their lines, just allowing David Warner to face 40 deliveries already. Labuschagne facing his 9th now, as this one from Marco Janssen, short down the leg side, well left, and no run there. One ball to come in the 10th. The score 33 for 1. While we wait for that, nothing that I can say on air, commented on YouTube. One ball to come. Janssen now past the umpire. This one full on middle and leg, and just worked away by Labuschagne for 2. Labuschagne off the mark. The score moves on to 35. Labuschagne on 2. David Warner 27 of 40. Australia trail by 154.
And now
from 1 after 10.
Heinrich Nortje will replace Kagiso Rabada. From which end, I'm not sure. Yes, indeed. Prachtige besembak. Nortje. Let's see his figures here. I can give you Marco Janssen's career figures: 9 matches, 40 wickets, average of 18.13, best of 5 for 35. We'll see Heinrich Nortje's figures soon. He's going to be bowling to the left-handed Warner. Warner is taking some time to choose a new bat.
Yeah, because
got a problem with his bat. Oh no, that's Labuschagne. That's got a problem with his bat, which is strange because he just walked out there. So not sure why he didn't get the right bat in his hand before he left the change room. Okay, so Nortje is ready. Warner should be ready.
I think our bet, I think Kookaburra goes like that because it was like 13,000 rand.
Nah. Yeah, 3 slips for Heinrich Nortje. This one's back of a length on that off stump line, and it's played by Warner into the covers for no run. Warner is on 27 or 41. That's
147.3 k's an hour.
147.
Yep, I'm watching the speed gun. 147.3. Give him that 3. That's his first ball.
It doesn't really look like he's putting any special effort. It's got a really smooth action. This one is struck Warner on the pads, but I think it's too high. And also the umpire says no. There was an appeal by Nortje, and not out, says the umpire. Let's see. and it looked like it did. Might have pitched just a little bit outside leg, if anything. It struck him on the back pad, but quite high up. And that was a good delivery by Nortje. Almost a wicket there for him.
Whoa,
in
that's
again,
a no ball.
and this is played out to backward point by David Warner. It was full and wide outside off stump, and there's no run there. Did they call a no ball? No, I don't think so.
The ball before.
They were having a look at. Yeah, they were having a look at the side on view there for the replay. I couldn't see the line.
Well,
Warner
he bowled it next ball, so they
still
got
facing Nortje. And this one has got a huge top edge, and it's going to fly away down to the third man boundary for 4. But Warner cutting at that ball outside off stump, and Nortje almost getting the Australian opener out with that delivery, and thick enough edge from David Warner to fly over the head of third slip. But Nortje won't mind that if Warner keeps playing shots that way.
If South Africa put 250 on the board and they saw that, I know Nortje wouldn't have mind that much. But because they only put on 180 on, he's going to be furious with himself.
Yeah, Warner played this one off the back of a length out to wide mid-on for the left-hander, and a fumble in the field meant that the batters come back for the second, and now Nortje has also been called on for a no ball, and his front foot, his left foot just catching the line, but he's got to have stuff behind the line, of course. Nortje over the wicket into Warner, chops this one down into the ground, and they do not take a run. There's 1 ball left in the 11th over, 1 for 42, and Warner on 33 or 46.
148.5.
Give me 1 second. I just need to sort something out this side. I'll be right back.
Look here. That last delivery, 148.5 kilometers an hour. David Warner attempting to cut again, but this time getting a bottom edge instead of a top edge, and it played down into the ground, and it's cleaned up by the cordon. 1 ball to come on this Nortje over. 7 from it so far. In he comes, and that is the end of the over. 147.5. 11 overs gone. David Warner on 33 or 47. Labuschagne 2 of 10. Australia trail by 1 of 47. The score is 42 for 1, and they're calling for new gloves. The Heat getting to the Australians. Now I think they're trying to waste time to see through the end of the day.
Yeah, 8 overs remaining in the day after this one. Just showing some replays of David Warner using his feet in the last over, moving around in his crease forward and back. 11 overs gone, 1 for 42. Australia trail by 147. Labuschagne facing Mark Janssen. Oh, that one is spot on by Janssen. Labuschagne had to defend that right in front of his stumps, right in front of his pads. And then Jagannath Adishesha asks, why is Maharaj and Gidi playing? Would be better if they would have picked Harmer and Klaasen. So that is the big debate around at the moment in the South African minds, South African cricket minds. Janssen over the wicket to Labuschagne, who works this off his leg stump into the square leg region. Fielded now by Nortje, running around from fine leg, I think, and they come back for 3. And so we've been talking about this because the question is, and Mpo and Tim talked about this in the Full Quota podcast, is that we need to drop either Ngidi or Nortje and then go for an extra batsman. Because I think Maharaj, he didn't get a lot of time to play in the previous Test match against Australia, but he has been doing a very good job with the ball for the national side. They ran 3 there. Warner is now facing Marco Janssen. Dangerous looking delivery just outside off stump. Warner in 2 minds, pulls his bat away, gets something on that, and it goes to third slip. That was very close. There, struck the outside edge of Warner's bat as he played the forward defensive. He went down into the ground. Nice soft hands. You could see the bat actually popping as the ball hit it, popping out of the way. So that's how soft the hands were there from Warner. Janssen in again to David Warner. Forces him to play it. This one just fishes at it. Hangs his bat outside his body, away from his body, and it goes through to Verona, who idiotly has hands on head. That was almost a wicket again. Marco Janssen looking super dangerous now. And Warner just caught in 2 minds, cannot decide whether he's going to play or miss. And Jagannath Adishesha saying he'd like to see Harmer because of all the left-handers in the Australian side. This time, Warner gets bat on it, but it's straight to backward point. Rekaya Zondo fields, and there's no run. 32 or 50. And so he'd like to see Harmer in instead of Keshav because of the left-handers in the Australian side. And Harmer has really
previous delivery, the one that beat
put some
Warner. The previous delivery that beat David Warner, he gave a nod and a bit of acknowledgement to Marco Janssen to try to like, okay, cool, we see what you're doing. But I'm like, no, stay cross, stay here, go get it.
One more ball to go by Janssen, and Warner aborts, walks away from his stumps, and Marco has to run up again.
Sorry, there was
not sure what. Something bothered him there. Maybe a fly of some description, some insect. Janssen into Warner, who has to play this one from in front of his middle stump, and he just defends it out to the offside. No run there. 12 overs gone, and Australia are 45 for 1. And is that stumps? Warner is looking like he's walking off. Yep, he's walking off with Marnus Labuschagne. That's the end of play for the day. And by the official number, we should have had at least 7 more overs. But as somebody pointed out, we ran out of time. So I wonder, it's probably the Australians overrated wasn't great, but we'll see if there's any sanction on that. So, very short scorecard so far for Australia, thankfully for them, and frustratingly for South African fans. David Warner not out, 32 or 51. Usman Khawaja was the only wicket to fall, caught by Carverina off the bowling of Kagiso Rabada with a score on 21. Marnus Labuschagne is there with Warner on 5 of 12. Kagiso Rabada 1 for 24 in 5 overs. Lungi Ngidi, 1 run in 3 overs. Yes, that's right. He's got 1 run, conceded 1 run, bowled 3. That's why I would like to see him bowl a bit more. Marco Janssen, 0 for 8 of 3. And Anrich Nortje, 0 for 7 of his 1 over. South Africa have a lead. So Australia trails South Africa by 144 with 9 wickets remaining. Thank you very much, everybody, for listening. Thank you, all the commentators. Anis, any final thoughts from your side? Anything you'd like to chat about or express an opinion on?
It's been another day of pointing out and seeing the weakness in the South African batting lineup. I think that this series is going to be make and break for a couple of guys. Rough start, but hopefully the bowlers can come back tomorrow strong and break up this Aussie dominance that we are having to sit through at the moment.
Yes. 100% agree with that. And Rassie van der Dussen has already lost his place in the side due to his performances in the first test. And yeah, I agree with you. There's a few guys in this batting lineup that would hope that they get a chance in the second innings to keep their place in the side, because I can definitely see some people losing their spots in the team after this. I'm not sure who though.
Yeah, it's gonna
because they all seem to have just failed at once after a few of them being in good form for a while. They all seem to have just lost their way. So hopefully that's something that can be corrected.
Okay, it's me.
Thank you so much, Anis. I really appreciate it. It was so much fun to be on air with you. Loving every moment. Thank you, everybody, for listening. Please subscribe to our YouTube channel. Follow us on Facebook. Make sure you switch on the notification button. We're going to do the post-lunch session most probably tomorrow as well. Yeah, just keep an eye out for the notifications on YouTube. And we'll see you tomorrow. Have a good day. Bye-bye.
Hi, everyone.